Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you and awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way. I don't need reminders of how you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain. Listening to your heart pump out some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how I wish you'd wake up one day. Run to me, confess your love, at least just let me say that when I talk to you, oh, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start. What's a girl to do, lying on my bed staring into the blue? Unrequited, terrifying love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest, I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, oh, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start. Until then, I'll drink my coffee, eat my pie, pretend that we are more than friends. Until then, I'll let you break my heart again. my coffee, eat my pie, pretend that we are more than friends. Until then, I'll let you break my heart again.
All right, hello, first hour. So happy Friday. This is our last day of Writers Week, which is very bittersweet because we've had so many amazing things happen already on this stage this week, and then we have so much more today. And so just a few quick thank yous before we get started. Thank you to the teachers who have brought you here. Thank you to the boosters. Thank you to Russ and Gina, and then the original Writers Week people. But again, thank you to the audience. You guys have made this such an amazing week and have really kept the energy positive and beautiful. So thank you. Okay, so I'm really honored to introduce our next guest, Luong Ung. I actually got chills when I heard Luong Ung was coming to Writers Week this year because I know how much her story means not only to our students who read First They Killed My Father in English class. This is my very, loved copy of it. But I also know what her story means to humanity. Cambodia is a land with beautiful culture, history, and people. But the genocide that took place at the hands of the Khmer Rouge in the 1970s tried to erase that rich history, vast beauty, and vibrant culture that lived within the Cambodian people. As a survivor of this genocide, Luong Ung, at a young age, witnessed and experienced the terrible evils that humanity is capable of. But despite these experiences, she has become a testament to the beauty, resilience, and healing power of a human being is capable of. She is a testament to the very real pain that comes with having to leave your own country in order to survive in a new one, and how far resources and support can go for someone finding refuge in a new world. I hope we all realize how fortunate we are to hear and to learn from Luong Ung's story, and hopefully she will inspire many of you to use your voice when it comes time to speak for something you care about. She has built her life around activism and healing not only her personal world, but also the land and people of Cambodia. We are so honored to listen, learn, and be inspired by her today. So please join me in welcoming Luong Ung.
something plus countries. It is, for those of you who have read First They Killed My Father, can I see by a show of hands who has? Wow, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. For those of you who haven't, you're kind of awesome too. Yeah. But there's a book out there. If you haven't seen it, the movie is pretty cool. It's directed by Angelina Jolie, who's an actor, and she's pretty well known in America. And we actually went to Cambodia to film the movie for 4 months, and we worked with 20,000 extras. And for those of you who have not read the book, I'm just going to take a little bit of time to share with you the story of First They Killed My Father and how I came to be a writer and activist. But before that, I just want to say thank you so much for your support. When I first wrote First They Killed My Father, so many years ago, I sent the manuscript to 25 publishers. 24 publishers rejected it. They did not like the voice. They did not like the way I wrote the story. They didn't understand the voice. You know, what is awesome about being able to say, write things, and ask people to publish your work the way you want is an education. Is having an education, is being educated so that you know you'll be fine. So that is just my shout out to all the teachers and all the organizers for being here and for being educators, because we really need that in our world. Good educators, anyway. So I am looking at my clock because my eyes are really dry. You know, I didn't grow up thinking I was going to be a writer. I didn't grow up thinking I was going to publish my work. I was pretty happy with my degree from a Catholic private university in political science. I was really happy working in Washington, D.C., you know, first in Maine, as an advocate to end violence against women, and then in Washington, D.C. as a spokesperson to end the use of landmines and to help people who've been hurt by landmines have a chance to walk. I was pretty happy with my life and where it was going and the happy hours I was going on with my friends. But then I woke up on April 15th, 1998, to the news that Pol Pot, the Khmer Rouge leader, vis-a-vis the Khmer Rouge prime minister, the Khmer Rouge president, the Khmer Rouge brother #1, had died. And of all the interviews that they played on the radio that day, because this was 1998, we didn't have iPhones, and you know, we didn't have like instant media yet, they played this interview where Pol Pot said, what he did in Cambodia, he did for love. I was so angry. I was all of a sudden attacked by rage and anger and bitterness and sadness, and I just could not understand how anybody who enacted policy that killed 1.7 to 2 million people would say what they did for love. Because love does not a genocide make. Love does not harm, love does not torture, love does not hurt, love does not kill, love does not remove children from parents. And so on that day, I set out to publish my book, to write my own story of love, to write a story of real love, true love, love that exists in the midst of darkness between parents and children, fathers and mothers, daughters and sisters, histories and nations, love that we all know in this room, and hopefully in our families, in our communities, at our school, that truly exists, real love. And so that was why I set out to write a book called First They Killed My Father, which was ultimately a story about love. And in my book, I got to tell people the love story that brought me into this world. The story of love between my parents, my father who was a businessman, and his job afforded us a lifestyle privilege where I got to go to school 3 times a day, 6 days a week. And a love story that was where I was raised by a mother who at 5'7" was an Amazon in our society, who was so busy raising my 3 very, very cool brothers who wore bell-bottom pants, who were obsessed with Elvis Presley music, who tried desperately to grow Elvis sideburns, which my brothers couldn't do. And then with 3 sisters who I fought with so loud and often that my father threatened to replace us with monkeys. Thankfully, he never did. My love was one where I lived it with family and go to pagodas and visiting families in the village. And on Sunday, when we didn't have school, we would go to the theaters to see movies of monkey kings and goddesses and mermaid princesses fighting epic battles of good against evil. And in the dark, my family of 9 would sit, and I would sit on my father's lap and holding my favorite junk food of choice. Even back then, it was fried crickets. And those of you who haven't tried it, they're so much crunchier than popcorn. And if you do make it your ways to Cambodia, my second favorite food now is fried tarantulas. Yes, I know. They're kind of like tater tots. Very crunchy on the outside, a little spider in the middle, but don't think about that part. And the legs are kind of like French fries. And I have to say, if you have a fear of spiders, which is like an American thing, I'm not afraid of spiders or snakes or those things, but I know. If you have a fear of spiders, eat them. Fear gone. And so for me, that was my love story. That was what I grew up with in a nation with 2,000 years of history, where the land is so green. I've yet to find a crayon in a box of 164, the color in the landscape, with a nation that is so vibrant with arts and architecture, and builders who built the largest religious complex in the world, the Angkor Wat, with a nation populated by 7 million people, 90% of whom were Buddhists, and 90% of whom were farmers living off of land, praying that they get to live in peace. I grew up in this Cambodia before it became infamous for being, and is now being known as the killing fields. My Cambodia was beautiful, was soulful, was vibrant. But that Cambodia would end on April 17th, 1975, when I was 5 years old. And the soldiers came in wearing their dark shirts and dark pants, with guns on their backs and grenades on their belts, pulling out their bullhorns and started screaming for us to leave our homes because the Americans and the B-52 metal killing birds were zooming into our sky. And if we didn't leave, we would all be killed. And I didn't know who the Americans were. My family and I would pack what we could to sustain us for 3 days, and we left our city. On that day, my city, Phnom Penh, populated by 2 million people, was evacuated in 72 hours. Now consider this. What would you pack if that had been your home? Where would you go? What if it happened on a day like this? And you are here and your family members are in a different place, different city, different town. Where would you find them? How would you find them? To this day, so many Cambodians are still looking for people we lost and were separated from on that day. But my family and I were lucky and we survived. We were together and we left. On that day, Cambodia would become a prison. And all the 7 million people living in the country became prisoners. We didn't have walls in our prisons, but we had soldiers. Soldiers with their guns parading and watching our every move and step. On that day, Cambodia became a surreal place. A place that in my wildest imagination I could not have fathomed that it would become my new life. Where from one village to another we would live. And the soldiers would come and tell us, and we had to live in houses where they were only constructed of 3 walls. 3 walls, because they needed to leave one wall open so they can watch our every move. Where the soldiers came and took away our red jackets, our corduroy pants, our blue jeans, and gave us only black pants and shirts, of which we were to wear every day for the next 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days. The span of your high school years. For those years, we would not have pajamas. We would not have Christmas clothes or holiday clothes. For those 3 years, every day consisted of only Mondays. And every Monday a work day. And it didn't matter if you were 6 or 60. You wake up, go work the land, you grow food, of which trucks would come by and take away, and return with munitions and arms to fight a war we didn't want, we didn't vote for, we didn't know anything about, and we could not protest. And we could not speak up, and we could not cry out. Because to do so would not only meant a danger to our lives, but a danger to our loved ones' lives. I was 6 when I knew that to survive I had to become dumb, deaf, mute, silent, invisible, just so I could have the privilege of taking that next breath. Where would you find a sanctuary for your mind if that was your life? How would you stop yourself from speaking? How would you silence yourself? Where would you go when there was no place to find safety? But survive we did, and survive we had to do. But I will never, for as long as I live, forget that feeling of being so completely powerless, so completely silent. I can never forget the 4 years of not hearing a child's laughter, a giggle existing and echoing in the fields. Just silent. And we were silent when the soldiers came for my father, because though I didn't know about the politics of the Khmer Rouge, their policy and their mission and their goal was this. They took power in Cambodia to create a new country, an agrarian society where power would be taken from the elites, the builders, the educators, the architects, the teachers, the students of the society, and given to the true revolutionaries, the people who believe in their mission to create a new Cambodia. And anybody and everybody who thought differently, who dared to think differently, who may speak up, who may rise up, were viewed as enemies of the state. And their solution for such enemies was to purge and to eliminate them. So though I didn't know the policy, I saw the soldiers arriving and one by one taking our loved ones. And when they came for my father, and he talked to my mother and she cried, and when he came out of the hut, and he one by one picked up my brothers and sister in his arms, I knew I would never see him again. I did not want to believe it. I had the instinctive heart to hold him tight and to tell him I loved him. My father that night walked off into the sunset with the soldiers on either side of him. And the gods that night had dared to paint the sky this palette of gold and magenta and red and pink. And it was so beautiful. But yet I only felt hurt and hate and rage in my heart. And that hurt took root and spread, so that 3 months after my father was taken and we had been told that he was mostly executed, my mother gathered us around and sent us away. She told my brothers and sisters to leave her, to walk north, to go west, to travel east. And when I didn't want to go, she turned me by my shoulders and said, "Get out." It mattered not what color your hair is, what language you speak, who you love, who your parents are. A child's heart feels that same sense of abandonment, that same sense of hurt and separation. And that anger was now not only directed at the war, but it was directed at my mother, because I thought she was weak. I thought she didn't love me. I thought my father was the hero in our story and my mother was the villain. Because how could she send her children out? I am so grateful that I got to live to be this age, that I have the privilege to live to become an adult, to work for 3 years at a domestic violence shelter, where I met glorious, beautiful, resilient, bright, soulful women who were mothers, who did everything in their power to keep their children safe, and sometimes that meant sending them away. It was through that experience that I got the strongest woman I have ever met. And I cannot imagine that strength, that grace, that courage, that love, that forced her to do what she had to do. Because if she hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here. I cannot imagine this. And I'm so grateful to be here now, to know and to stand and to channel her power, because when things got difficult, I think my mother was strength. My mother was courage. All our mothers are strength and courage, embodiments of all that. I'm so grateful to be able to see that. Because I do not know what happened to my mother. I do not know, really, because when I left her, a year after I left her, the soldiers came for my mother and 4-year-old sister. But this I know. Cambodia is a country the size of the state of Oklahoma. To this day, over 20,000 mass graves have been discovered in it. Over 1 million skulls have been discovered in these graves. I pray to this day that my parents' deaths were quick and painless. But this I know also. However they exited this world, however they ended their last days were ended, this I know. Their story was one of love. What they created in my brothers and me and our families, over 100 of us who have now grown out of the ashes of war, started with love, started with history, started with legacy. I've not only inherited the traumas of war, I've not only inherited PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorders from war, I've also, through the love of my family, inherited a legacy of grace, of generosity. We are all here not because we are failures. We are all here because we embody successes of the human race and our human family. Homo sapiens have existed for over 200 to 300,000 years. We are not here 8 billion people plus strong because we humans have failed. Despite what we've seen and what the stories have told us of the darkness that exists in our world, we are here because of light. We are here because of our resilience. We are here because we care. It's been so frustrating for me, being a reader and being a writer, that the stories that have been told in our media that have existed for decades follow this dictum, follow this slogan. And you know all the devices you have, all the, every time you turn on the radios and newspapers and your iPhone, the stories that we are given every day follow this dictum. If it bleeds, it leads. If it bleeds, it leads. How do we create a generation of peace builders? And how do we create generations of peace building if all we show each other is what is bleeding in our world? Yes, darkness exists. Yes, pain is being felt and suffered by people out there, but in the midst of all that, there is also love and grace and heart. And so people ask me, I'm going to leave time for Q&A, but people ask me often, what can we do to change our world? What can we do to change our narratives? This is what I do. I am more aware and conscious of the stories that I share, the stories that I pass, the story that I post. And if it doesn't showcase humanity, do not share it widely. If it does not demonstrate grace, don't post it. Instead, if it's awesome, let it blossom. If it's awesome, help it to blossom. That is one power we can take back. I am grateful that My war ended when I was 9 years old. And then from there, I escaped with my brother to come to America, to first arrive at the refugee camp in Thailand. And then we were told we were going to this place called America. And we didn't know what America was going to be like. The refugee workers trying to show us America by showing us movies, and the movies were of stories with plotlines that took places in big cities like Chicago, New York, people with diverse hair colors and skin colors, wearing roller skates, carrying boombox, weaving in and out of big, tall, shiny buildings. And we were told we were going to this place called Vermont, America. For those of you who haven't been to Vermont, America, it is the whitest state in America. And I have to say, for more diversity, I eventually did move to Maine, America. The second whitest state in America. We were in Vermont, America. We arrived in June and we were told it was their summer. And we were freezing. I was 10, I didn't speak any English, I had no other friends in America, we didn't have relatives or aunts or uncles who brought us over. But I did make friends with American kids, and they loved to teach me English. They loved to teach me all the 4-letter words, of which I would teach to my adult brothers and sister-in-law. And then when that winter came, that first winter came, I used all the 4-letter words. Because you cannot tell a Southeast Asian girl it got cold in Vermont. I mean, it was effing cold in Vermont. And I don't advocate bad language, but it was really, really freaking cold in Vermont. And then, of course, there were so many things in Vermont, America we had to learn and adapt to. Like what is meatloaf? What is meatloaf? Really, and ketchup is not a spice, y'all. Ketchup is just crushed tomatoes. And Uncle Ben minute rice is not rice. Okay, that is just, I don't know what it is, but it's not rice. And, then the fall came and I went to school wearing all the different colors. Red skirt and blue shirt and pink belt and green shoes. And I thought it was so colorful. And the American kids told me I was colorblind. I didn't speak English. I didn't know how to speak English, and so I started writing. Because even after I learned how to read and write, conversational English was so difficult. And when I started speaking, when I started daring to use my voice after so many years of being silent, the American kids told me I broke English. I spoke in broken English. And at first it felt really bad to be told that I broke English. And then I thought, wow, that was so awesome. To have the power to break English? I mean, how cool is that? English is a big, powerful thing, and I broke it. As a writer, breaking English is pretty cool, because then it just made you work more to describe what you mean. And so I became the first girl to go to high school, to go to college. I was also the girl in my family to understand and to realize that wars do not end just because you lead it. Wars do not end because guns have fallen silent. Wars do not end because you travel 8,000 miles away and landed into a different place, and everybody tells you it should be over, and isn't it over already? And yet you still feel the war in your body, in your sleep, when you're trying to study for geometry and spelling and geography. Wars and the soldiers hover and came back in the loud kick of a car engine, the roar of a plane, in the hums of a mother's song, in the laughter of a father playing with his child in the park. The war came back every single 4th of July in the fireworks that my friends so excitedly anticipated. And that was why and when I started writing. Because I could not speak those words, I could not tell people these feelings, so I started filling the pages of my journals with all these emotions and my feelings that people didn't understand, that I was afraid people would judge me breaking English, but that I was broken myself. And in my writing, I learned this. We are not broken as survivors. In wherever situations you are in, and I wish you peace. I pray for your wellness. I pray that your lives will be beautiful and successful, and the dreams that you have, you will achieve. I pray that you never suffered the way I suffered, but life sometimes can and will throw you curveballs. And the Buddha said life sometimes requires us to suffer. And when and should this ever happen to you, please know this. The heart is the strongest muscle, is one of the strongest muscles in the human body. And for as many times as it breaks, it has the ability and capabilities to heal if you give it support and tenderness and care. And you are strong. And also know this. Whatever happens to you is only a circumstance of the moment. It's a circumstance of situations in your life, but it does not predetermine or determine your future. Your future is yours to make it. You have the power to write your life. You have the power to author your story. You have the power to create the dreams you want. You have this power because you are here. You have a voice. You can stand up. You can speak up. There are people in our world who do not have this power. I was once one of those person. And I am so grateful that when I did not have that power, the people who had it, students at Kent University in Ohio, students who protested all over the world, teachers who taught English, the kind parishioners and people who sent boxes of lice medicine to the refugee camp, so that after 4 years of being itchy and suffering from having lice all over my body, for that first time I was able to be in my form of heaven, to not have lice on me. I know, as I say this, I see people swarming. America's funny about lice. You know, you get one lice in a school and everything shuts down. Like everybody has to burn everything and wash everything. And imagine what it was like to have lice for 4 years, to not have shampoo and not have conditioner. And so for those peacemakers, the people who stood up and extended their helping hand, I am so grateful. I would not be here today. Wherever you go through in life, know this, you can be that peacemaker for somebody else. You can be that peace builder. You could, for $6 or $5, send somebody a box of lice medicine and help them create a heaven and help them experience that heaven. And you could also at times be somebody who is recipient of that peace building. And when that happens to them, send a kind word of gratitude, of thank, and then remember what that felt like to receive such help so that you can then pass it forward. I am so grateful to have the opportunities to learn this, to meet the people who sponsor my family to America, to work at a domestic violence shelter, to have returned to Cambodia for over 45 plus trips now, to work as an advocate and the spokespersons for the campaign for a landmine-free world. At our center in Cambodia, we've helped over 28,000 individuals. We can produce a prosthetic foot for $25, a leg from the knee down for $50, helping somebody to walk, to work, to live for a year. Landmines, which is a weapon of my choice, that a cause that I choose to support, is the size of a hockey puck, a compact powder, and when you step on a landmine, everything below you, rocks, dirt, toenails, grass bone, working like secondary missile, shooting up into your limbs, and when you step on it, it is a lifetime of pain and scars. It is the second most painful injury, second to burns. As a child, had I stepped on a mine, year, 6 years, 6 months, I would have to go to a center and have my limbs cut and recut and cut and recut again until I stopped growing. You all, even at this age, will continue to grow and may not stop growing until you're at least in your 20s. Had you step on a mine and have your limbs amputated, your bones will continue to grow, but your stumps will heal, and the bones will grow and protrude out of your stump. We have helped over 28,000 people and have produced over 200,000 prosthetic limbs. They have taught me, the people I've met there, that peace is not a wish, and that peace is not a dream. Peace is not something I think about and expect the teachers, the politicians, the writers, the activists to deliver it. Peace is an act. Peace is many, many acts. Whether it is 1 hour a day, or 1 day a year, or 1 week, in a lifetime, peace is a choice. Peace is something we dedicate our time, we strategize to get, we commit our resources, our talents, our voice to stand up and speak out and create. Peace is not a dream. And if I hear one more beauty pageant candidate say, I wish for world peace, I will vomit. Peace is not a dream. When you wake up, you can choose to be a peaceful builder by being a good driver, by being kind, by being compassionate, by feeling your feelings, by being brave, by standing up for somebody else. These are all valid forms of building peace. And when you're able, take that next action. Ask yourself, now what? Now what? Now who do I want to be? How do I want to contribute? How do I want to make a difference in this world? Peace requires us to be connected to each other, to be bored with ourselves. There's only so much you can do on your own. Peace requires us to not only go deep to learn of our own story and history, but to go wide, to connect to our world. And we all have this opportunity to build peace, to create peace, in whichever forms it look like, in our most authentic voice. And that is the most awesome part about it. You can be a peace builder and be a dancer. You can be a baker and build peace. You can be a writer. You can be a mother. You can be a sister. You can be an activist. You can be an actor. Whatever it is, however you speak, whoever you are, whatever is your most authentic voice, you can do it and be that as a peace builder and do it and build peace in our world. It is really awesome that I've been able to do it as a writer, but now I have a restaurant, 3 restaurants, and we employ 150 people. And so I like to think that I'm building peace by selling beers, which is a form of peace as well. But we're creating jobs. When we do this work, we do this one thing that show people who've been hurt and been harmed by the worst acts of inhumanity to man, and give us hope that there is something better. We show people that we can be examples of the best of man's humanity, and that is what heals. And that is what will make the difference in our lives. I'll leave it at that and take questions. Thank you. Yes? We have one over there? As somebody who wants to be one piece of advice? Or being a published author. Somebody who wants to be a published author, what's one thing I recommend? Right. Write. A writer writes, so a published author words together in sentences and paragraphs, but it is really through reading that you understand, that you get a sense of syntax and musicality and rhythm and pacing and contents and hues, because to bring a story to life isn't just about putting words together, but is really understanding the rhythm of words and the musicality of words, and also the story of the hearts and the stories of humanity. And so read everything. I used to read everything, and so I still read pretty much everything with the exceptions of how-to novels. I just don't get them. And I also, I don't read romance novels. I really don't get them. I get to read a romance novel even as a child where the protagonist was somebody I didn't want to like exercise with. We'll just say it. We'll leave it at that. Peace is a choice. I am not a natural, I don't wake up every day thinking, you know, today I'm a naturally peaceful, good, decent human being. Sometimes I have thoughts about exercising a lot, especially with the current situations and politics going on. But then I decided I'm going to choose to exercise in the right way. Exercise. So I make that choice every day, not to be healthy. Like the lights right in my eyes. Yes.
How was your experience going back to Cambodia the first time after the genocide?
How was my experience going back to Cambodia the first time after the genocide? I made my first trip in 1995, and after 15 years, the politics of our countries back then was like Cambodia and U.S. The war from Vietnam went into Cambodia, and I went over the politics of it very quickly. But and then Vietnam went into Cambodia, and the U.S. fought a war in Vietnam. The enemy of our enemy was our friend. U.S. did not normalize diplomatic relationships with Cambodia until 1991, or 1993. So with my passport that I went everywhere, many places within Europe, I was not allowed to go to Cuba or Cambodia. So I was separated from my sister for 15 years. My biggest fear going back to Cambodia was that, to this day, my sister and I were the best of friends growing up. We were so close, and we lost our family members. I dreamt and I thought of her, and I felt guilt that I left her, and I was really fearful that I wouldn't feel that bond, that I wouldn't remember what it was like to be a sister. And still emotional to this day. You know, it was really wonderful. My sister came, and she, at the airport, she came out, and she took my hands, and it was as if our bonds never broke, as if we were never separated for 15 years. Now I go back to Cambodia all the time, and it's also really inspired my activism and to focus my work in Cambodia. It also inspired my writing, because I started going back and listening to other people's stories, and then wrote their stories and brought it back to America in my work, and to raise money for the help landmine victims. To this day, I've been going back. My sisters and I are now both really, really old women, and she is still trying to get into my room when I'm there to brush my hair. Like we missed 15 years of hair brushing each other's hair. It's a girl thing, guys. And it's still really wonderful. It's still really wonderful. So I'm very happy to have that opportunity. Yeah, I think we have time. No more. No time for one more question. No. No. Oh yes. Why are tarantulas scary?
Are fried
Oh,
tarantulas hairy?
Oh, hair. Oh, yeah. Are fried tarantula hairy? Well, that's a good question. A little hairy. You know, I mean, they deep fry them. It's really delicious. So there's a place called Fremd. You can get them on the street, which is a lot hairier, but then they come beautiful for tarantulas with all the legs, and they sit on a bed of lettuce, green lettuce, and yeah, I know. Well, you guys eat peaches, and peaches are kind of hairy, and so yes, but then they're all kind of crispy, and they're delicious.
You say yourself you love me, but just to prove you do, come on, let's cry me a river, cry me a river. I cry a river over you. I cry a river over you. One, two, four. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you, an awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way. I don't need reminders of how you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain, listening to your heart pump out some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how I wish you'd wake up one day. Run to me, confess her love, at least just let me say that when I talk to you, oh Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start. What's the girl to do? Lying on my bed, staring into the blue. Unrequited, terrifying. Love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get you off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, oh Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start.
right, hello, second hour. Happy Friday, everybody. Just a few quick thank yous before we get into this. Thank you to the boosters, if you have a booster parent. Thank you to your wonderful teachers in the English department who make this happen, the other staff, Gina and Russ, obviously. And then thank you to you, the audience, who has made this such a beautiful week. I'm so honored to introduce our next guest, who is Luong Ung. I got chills when I heard that Luong Ung was coming to Writers Week this year because I know how much her story means not only to our students who have read First They Killed My Father in English class, but I know what her story means to humanity. Cambodia is a land with beautiful culture, history, and people. But the genocide that took place at the hands of the Khmer Rouge in the 1970s tried to erase that rich history, vast beauty, and vibrant culture that lived within the Cambodian people. As a survivor of this genocide, Luong Ung, at a young age, witnessed and experienced the terrible evils that humanity is capable of. But despite these experiences, she has become a testament to the beauty, resilience, healing power, and love a human being is capable of. She is a testament to the very real pain that comes with having to leave your own country in order to survive in a new one, and how far resources and support can go for someone finding refuge in a new world. I hope we all realize how fortunate we are to hear from Luong Ung's story, and hopefully she will inspire many of you to use your voice when the time comes to speak for something you care about. She has built her life around activism and healing not only in her personal world, but also the land and people of Cambodia. We are so honored to listen, learn, and be inspired by her today. So please join me in welcoming Luong Ung.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Never in my imagination, when I was growing up and going to high school, that I ever thought I would, one, write my story, and two, have that story be made into a movie that is now streaming on Netflix in so many, many countries. And three, that it would get to be directed by Angelina Jolie, who I'm name dropping here, has been a good friend of mine for like over 20 years. It's really wild and insane, but here I am. Can I see by a show of hands how many people have actually read the book? Wow. And how many people have seen this movie? It's a pretty cool movie. I wrote the screenplay with Angelina. Wow, thank you so much for reading the book and for supporting it. And since so many people read it already, I'm just going to share you a little bit about the the story, but then I want to leave a lot more time for Q&A and tell you where I am, what I've been doing in life since that book. I want to say thank you again, because when I wrote the book, the 2000, I sent the manuscript to 25 publishers. 24 publishers rejected it. And then we all in life will want to do things and believe in the convictions of our words and our stories, what we want to put out in the world. And there will be people who will not understand, who will not want to hear what you have to say, and who would reject your work. My advice to you is, like, if you believe in it, just keep at it. I received 24 of 25 rejections, and that yes did not come in the beginning. It came at the very end. And yet here I am. The book came out, it was number 9 on the Amazon bestseller list. It's now translated into 15 different languages. And this was after 24 of 25 publishers said no to it. But I believe in my work. I believe in the work that I wanted to share. And, you know, story to me is the umbilical cord that connects us to one another, that ties the human story to our humanity, that binds our past to our present and our future. Stories is what we remember. Stories what we tell each other to share not only our stories and our life situations, but our grace, our courage, our resilience. Stories been passed down to us for thousands of years. The oldest stories discovered are the cave arts in Indonesia that's dated over 15,000 years. And then there are the cave arts in France that was dated over 10,000 images that's dated over 36,000 years. And in these stories, people were telling each other, or telling the people who would one day find them, of volcano eruptions, or being attacked by animals, or how they cooked their food, how they caught their foods. But I really believe it was also their ways of telling us about their survival and their families and their grace. So I hope my story will do that for people. Because the story I wanted to write was a story of love, was a story of grace and family. And I wanted to do this because growing up in America, I held my story as if it was a curse. After Cambodia and coming to America as a 10-year-old girl who had gone through all this, the war that people didn't know. And since you already read the book, you already, hopefully, remembered of the Khmer Rouge. When I came to America, I was 10 years old, I didn't speak English, and the people I went to school with, in grade school, in high school, in middle school, nobody knew about the Khmer Rouge, nobody knew about Cambodia. And as I sat in classes with my friends studying Chinese history, Russian history, American Civil War, American history, there was no mention, even when we were studying the Vietnam War, of how the Vietnam War crossed into Cambodia and came in, and the US war came into Cambodia and dropped over 2,700,000 tons of bombs onto Cambodia. And how that war was instrumental in giving the rise to the Khmer Rouge to power. I didn't learn of this. People could not fathom, my American friends, of the life I lived before I arrived in America, of the love story that I held on to, how when I came into the world in Cambodia, Cambodia was not yet known as the killing fields. Images of Cambodia was not yet known and seen as black and white and death and soldiers, but it was a beautiful land of 2,000-year history that was filled with arts and cultures and vibrancy, and builders who built the largest religious complex in the world, the Angkor Wat. A Cambodia that was populated by 7 million people, 90% of whom were artists and Buddhists, and then 90% of whom were farmers living off the land, praying for peace. A Cambodia that I grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters and parents who loved me. It was this Cambodia that I came to to remember. And it was this Cambodia that I wanted to get back to. It was this Cambodia also that ended when I was 5 years old, when the soldiers stormed into my country. This group who called themselves the Red Cambodians, the nationalists, the communist Khmer Rouge. And they came in with their mission to create a new Cambodia. A Cambodia that would now, where power would be taken from the elites and the builders and given to the revolutionaries and the people who believe in their mission, and those who didn't believe in this philosophy were viewed as enemies. That Cambodia arrived when I was 5 years old into my city, with soldiers carrying guns and grenades and wearing big smiles. And they came onto my front, the street, my front door, screaming for us that the war was over and that we had to leave because the Americans were coming in with their bombs, and if we didn't leave, we would be killed. And we didn't know who the Americans were. That Cambodia was stranger than fiction for me. The American kids didn't know anything of this story. This Cambodia was a sideshow to the war in Vietnam, which is considered the real war. But that Cambodia was the one I went and lived through for the next 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days. Everything in my life, when the soldiers came in, was changed, was abandoned, was abolished. I went from being a normal kid going to the movie theaters with my parents, visiting my families and villages and pagodas, to being told I now had to wear black shirts and black pants every day. Every single day. There would be no pajamas, no dresses, no party clothes, and I would wear these black clothes and shirts until they were tattered and torn, and then if I was lucky, I would be given a new pair of clothing. To clothe your bodies in the color of death for 4 years was the soldiers' way of trying to take away our identity, our individualities. And then they came back and told us we had to all, the girls had to all wear our haircuts the same way, all cut beneath the chin. Boys had to shave their head, and then they took away our words. We could no longer speak Chinese or Cambodian or French. We had to speak only Cambodian. And then they took away our terms of endearment. I could no longer call my dad Papa. I had to now call him Comrade. My mother was no longer beloved. She could no longer call me beloved child. She had to call me Comrade. I could not be her child. This was a story I wanted to share with people of what it took to survive the war in Cambodia, and how our individual rights were taken away, and how the soldiers dictated every single aspect of our lives. And we couldn't protest. We couldn't speak out. We couldn't cry. Because even though I didn't know about the politics of Cambodia, the policy they enacted was one of this. If you dare to speak up, if you dare to raise your voice, if you dare to stand up, if you dare to stand against them, you were viewed as enemies of the state. You were viewed as traitors, and their solutions were, for such traitors, was to purge them. So every day we lived in fear. We lived knowing we had to be silent and invisible. Every day for the next 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days, it was dangerous for me to speak up. It was dangerous for me to cry. It was dangerous for me to laugh. It was dangerous for me to have memories of a life before. Because I didn't know the soldier watched every actions we made. And I was silent when the soldiers came for my father. And And they said they needed him to remove an ox cart stuck in the mud. And he talked to my mother. And she cried in a way I've never heard her cry. And when my father came out of the hut, and he picked up my brothers and sister in his arms, I had somehow that instinct of heart to wrap my arms around him, to remember my feet dangling in the air, to feel and hold on to that memories of his arms tightening around me. Tell my father I loved him. I don't know how I knew to hold on to that moment, but I did. And when he put me down, he walked off with the soldiers on either side of him. The gods that night had painted the sky this beautiful palette of all these different colors, red and magenta and shimmer and pink and orange. And I only felt so much hurt in my heart. And there was a moment I looked at the sky and I thought, are there other people in the world looking at this sky and seeing beauty? And how was that even possible? How could there be beauty in the world when there was only hurt in mine? And I did not understand. And so that hate took root in my child's heart. That hate colored everything. That hurt looked at everything and felt more hurt and wanted to hurt others. When my mother, 3 months after my father was taken, gathered us and told us we had to leave her, and that she did not want us to stay with her, and I did not want to go, she turned me by my shoulders and pushed me out the door. That hurt and that hate spread and dug even deeper, and now it wasn't only directing itself at the soldiers in the war, but it directed itself at my mother. It directed itself at my mother, and I was so angry at her. I hated her. I thought she was weak. In my story, at that time, my father was the hero, and my mother was the villain for sending us out. And I share this because I am so grateful that I did not die when I was 9 with that anger and hurt against my mother. I am so grateful that I got to grow up to become an adult, to work for 3 years at the Abuse Advocacy Project in Maine, to work with women who have been hurt in their relationships, within their families, who did then everything in their power, and who took all the love, all the strength, all the courage they had to keep their children and themselves safe. And then that sometimes meant they had to leave. They had to send the children out into the war zone or separate themselves. I was able to see that beauty and to understand that what my mother did was not weakness, but was strength, was courage, was love. And I cannot imagine the kind of love it must have taken her and how her heart must have broken to send us out. To this day, I cannot imagine or fathom her strength. I don't know if I could have done it, but I am so grateful she did what she did, because without her, we would not be here. And I'm so grateful that I got to live to understand this. But I didn't know this at the time. A year after I left my mother, the soldiers came for her and my 4-year-old sister. And that hurt and hate dug in even deeper and grew even wider. So that when I left and went to a child soldiers training camp, where I ended up eventually, and the instructors and the teachers saw the rage and the hurt, they didn't pull me aside, and like the teachers you have here, the educators, the schools, they didn't teach me to be a critical thinker, to be a peace builder, to learn about peace. They did not tell me hate will only hurt and breed more hate. They taught me to use it. They taught me it was my source of strength. And that would be something I had to work for many years to overcome. We are so blessed to live in a place like this, to be at schools like this, where you have mentors and teachers who are teaching you different things, who are teaching us all and showing us all that the world is not full of hurt, but full of beauty and courage and grace. I'm grateful that my war ended when I was 8 years old, but it ended too late for the 1.7 to 2 million Cambodians who would die from starvation, disease, hard labor, and execution. Imagine that. Over a quarter of the population of Cambodia perished within 4 years. How would we as a society build our world, rebuild our world, create peace if a quarter of our population was to disappear in a span of 4 years? And those who disappear are and were the builders, the leaders, the architects, the writers, the students, the singers, the musicians, the doctors. How would we rebuild this world? And that has been the fates and the plights of Cambodia, is that over 50 years, this year is the 50th year of the Khmer Rouge takeover, 45 years since it's ended. We're still rebuilding our country. We're still trying to learn the skills and to return, to rebuild the nation. And we have been doing it, but it has taken us time. When I came to the US as a 10-year-old girl, I wasn't thinking of these things. I wasn't thinking of rebuilding the world and becoming an activist. All I was concerned about was making friends. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to be like everybody else. I wanted to leave the war and the bombs and the soldiers behind. And I landed in America as a refugee with my brother and sister-in-law in 1980. Unfortunately for me, I didn't speak English. I had to learn English to make friends. And even sadder, unfortunately, about that for me, was that it was the era of the Valley Girls. Yes, I couldn't just learn English to fit in and to be normal. I had to learn Valley Girl English, which meant you had to start all your sentences with duh, and end them all with gag me with a spoon. Now, I speak Chinese and Cambodian, always trying to be creative with language. So I thought I could be cool by going to school and saying, gag me with a fork. If you can tell me why gag me with a spoon makes any more sense than gag me with a fork, I will put you in my next book, which is a zombie vampire Buddhist mythology. English was so insane as a language to learn because you have rules, grammar rules, and then you have exceptions for the rules, and then you have exceptions for the exception to the exceptions for the rules. And when you ask Native American English speakers what the rules are, they often cannot tell you, but they expect you to know it. So I didn't speak English, and when I did try to attempt to learn English and then speak it, a little girl told me I broke English. I have to admit there was a moment when I thought, wow, that was really hard. I want to fit in, I want to make friends, I don't want to break English. But then that fighter girl, that child soldier, that rebellious little girl came out and said, I broke English. How cool is that? And I kept going up to break English on purpose. The girls eventually learned that to tease me was not a smart thing. And because unlike the other girls at school, I didn't grow up learning how to fight like Marsha Brady's and Jan Brady's on the show The Brady Bunch. It's a very old show from a long time ago. The Brady Bunch is about this guy and woman who got married. They have 3 kids separately and they together form a big family. You know, the show has characters, Marsha and Jan, they were all fighting, they're sisters, and they fought like they were playing patty cakes. You know, they had like flat arms against each other. I was trained as a child soldier for a year. I knew how to fight. So when a girl said to me, you are a pain in the neck, and would not tell me what she meant, I grabbed her by the neck and punched her in the neck. Not that I encouraged this. I did not speak English. so grateful. She did, to her credit, never called me that again. But I share this because peace is a choice. And it's a choice, and it's something we learn. It's something that has to be taught. I'm so grateful that when I did not know how to react, how to work, and how to use peaceful words and peaceful acts, that the principal didn't take me aside and expelled me for getting to fight. The principal took me aside and spoke to me and asked me questions, and then said to me that this was not how we deal and handle our emotions in America. He was one of the first peace builders who taught me a different way to be in the world. He showed me a different way to be in the world, a better way to be in the world. I didn't know this. I had to learn so many things because my war wasn't taught. And though I tried so hard to leave it behind, I couldn't. And people didn't know, so I held my story. My story was held within me as if it was a curse. It wasn't a small curse that I could throw salt over my shoulder and be rid of. It was the epic Stephen King horror and all those kind of curse that I tried desperately to exercise. Until I learned to write my story, to claim my story, to learn my story, I could not release myself from the curse of being a victim, from the curse of being traumatized from it, from the curse of believing that I was a war child and not a survivor, from the curse of knowing that what happened to me was a circumstance of my life, but it does not predetermine my future. It does not dictate my future. That I have the power to rewrite my story, to author my life, to create the dream I want to live, to be the person I want to be, to build peace, to create peace, to be a peace builder. The curse of my story, the way I viewed it as a child, kept me isolated and silent and fearful, believing that if people knew of my curse, they would judge me as being broken. They would view me as not having anything to contribute to our society. They would think that my heart was so shattered that it would not have the opportunity to heal. That curse story kept me from being strong. I wish for you all not to have in your life an experience where you believe you were cursed. I pray that you all live a life of peace and prosperity, and that you have love and joy and adventures, and you hold on to your curiosity and your sense of fun. I wish that wherever you travel in the world, you are rewarded by meanings and friendships. But should your life ever throw you a curveball, where you were hurt, where you have to shed tears, where you suffer, I hope you remember also that you are strong. That the heart is not only the most vital organ in the human body, that it is one of the strongest muscles in the human body. And think of how many times and all the times it beat, and you're not even paying attention to it, but how strong it drove you. And let your heart be strong. Just let it beat. And when you're not conscious of the strength of your heartbeats, then you take that next step. You take that first step. You go and you take action. The heart is the strongest muscle, and you are strong. Should life throw you a curveball, know that this also. We as a human race have existed for 200 to 300,000 years. We have not, we are not here because we have failed. We are not here because we have been only of darkness, have only existed in darkness. We are here because we are resilient, because we are strong, because we inherited grace. We're not here because we've inherited only traumas and pains and PTSDs and wars and bombs. We are here because we have also inherited in our legacies, survival, colors, art, soul, love, legacy. Know this also that sometimes when things happen and your brain tries to decipher it and tries to get you out of it, that the brain often is the last thing to be able to make sense of life. The brain sometimes is the last thing to be able to understand what life just threw at you, but the heart knows. The heart knows your value. The heart knows your strength, knows your talents. The DNA know. The DNAs know of your legacy, of your ancestor, of your generational wealth and health and courage and talents. And that the body knows. The body just doesn't only keep the scores of trauma, but the body also keeps the scores of love, of talents, of brilliant lights. This all exists in you as well. Those are the traits that I've been able to take to all my different work. When I was working at a domestic violence shelter, to working with child soldiers, to working for 10 years as a spokesperson for the Campaign for a Landmine-Free World. It wasn't the wars and the traumas that made me strong to allow me to get back into the war zone, to work with people who've been harmed. That didn't make me and help me to stand. It was the love and the legacy and the history of resilience that allowed me to stand in my place and take up space, to know that when I walk in a room, to know that I have worth and value and resilience. And this already exists. The heart breaks, but the heart with support has the ability and capabilities to heal for as many times as it breaks. I am an activist not because of the hurt and rage the soldiers told me that made me strong. I go out in the world to create change not because of the hurt and the rage that drove me forward, but it is the desire to share the love story of my parents, of my country, of all of us together. The Landmines campaign that I worked at, for many years we have worked to ban and abolish this weapon system the size of a hockey puck, a compact powder, a coffee cup that you can purchase for $1 to $3, but once in the ground stay active for decades. A weapon system that is known to be the second most painful injury, second to burns, because when you step on it, everything below you, rocks, dirt, toenails, grass bone, working like secondary missile, shooting up into your limb, disintegrating your flesh. And if you survive, 90% of people die from blood loss before they get to help. It is a lifetime of pain and scars revisited. Had I stepped on a mine when I was a child, every 6 months, a year and a half, depending on how well the amputation was made, how fast I grew, I would have to go to a center and have my limbs cut and recut and then recut again until I stopped growing. Because as young people, your bodies will all continue to grow until you're in your mid-20s or so. But your stumps will heal and the bones will continue to grow and will protrude out of the stump. How blessed and lucky are we that you could actually be here, go hiking tomorrow, leave the safe campus of the school, and know that your next step will be a safe step. Millions of people in the world do not have this privilege because landmines continue to kill and maim thousands of people every year. And it is what we activists know of as a weapon of mass destruction in slow motion, taking one limb, one life, one leg at a time. People, when they hear me talk about it, may believe that I worked to ban landmines because of my hate of landmines, which is actually not true. I do not care about landmines. I care only of the destructions that they cause to the human body and to the human soul. And whenever I get tired, I remember this. I met a woman at a shelter where we have produced over 200,000 prosthetic limbs, wheelchair orthotic devices for victims of landmines. And we've helped over 28,000 people. This woman who is a mother, young mother with a 5-year-old child who came to our shelter and who was given and fitted with a new leg. And I asked her what was the best thing about going back to her village where she was on crutches or or crawling around the dirt, and she was gonna walk back. She was gonna walk home. And when I asked her, I expected her to tell me she was looking forward to working faster, better, making more money, taking care of her kids better, being strong, being empowered. And then she told me that she was most excited about this, that when she got home and her daughter ran up to her, she would not have to tell her daughter to stop. She would not have to tell her daughter to be cautious, to not knock mom over. She would not have to stand still and brace herself on her crutches. That she, with her legs, could bend down and let her daughter run into her body and pick up her daughter with both her arms and hold her daughter in the tightest hug ever. That is why we create peace, is to have and create more of those moments for a mom to love her child in the best, fullest way she possibly could. If I leave you with nothing else, I hope to leave you with this. Peace is not a wish. Peace is an action. Peace is many, many actions. It's not something we create. It's not something we dream about, wait for others to deliver. Peace is something we choose on a daily basis in our most authentic voice, as an actor, as a singer, as a dancer, as a weaver, as a sister, as a mother, as a writer. Peace is something we can do in our daily lives every day, as a kind person with a smile, with the opening of doors, writing letters, sending blankets to refugees. We can all create peace in our world. We all have the power to be peace builder and to help build peace. And when we do this work, we help young people like myself who had once witnessed the worst acts of man's inhumanity to man. And that made them wanted to hurt and harm and hate. And that hate, harm, and hurt our world. We get to show them what it looks like, all these examples of the best of man's humanity to man. And that is what will put light into that heart and heal it and allow them to grow up to be activists and to be examples of the best humanity to man. And that peace, that best, that light, that love already exists in all of us. I challenge you to every day choose it. I'll leave it at that and take questions. Thank you. Yes. What, an activist life? To recognize
the signs of genocide.
I'm sorry, I still couldn't hear that. I think my ear just popped.
Oh, that's fine. What do you think is the best way for an ordinary person to act and recognize, against the signs of genocide?
Oh, against the signs of genocide, sorry. I just came back from Asia, so there's like a 12-hour time difference. My ear just popped. Actually, I came from Asia a week ago, but there's 13-hour time difference. There are so many different ways to recognize the sign and to prevent genocide. I think one, we hear it all the time, but education is key. Education is key, and also being aware and being conscious. We have power. We absolutely have power, not just every 4 years, but every single day. With our voting power, with our friendship power, with our reading power, we actually have power to live a conscious life. And so the signs of genocide are many. There's actually a great museum here in Chicago, the National Heritage Museum of Cambodia and genocide, where they have different ways to to study genocide. You know, when your voice is being silent, when you can no longer speak, you know, that's part of how they take away your power. When the soldiers land, when the soldiers arrive, when you no longer have the voice, the power to protest, when you no longer feel safe to speak up, those are all the different signs. So, you know, horrors and war doesn't just exist in a vacuum. It starts by our rights being taken from us one by one at a time. And it means that we have to do our due diligence to be conscious, to be aware, to pay attention, to see, and then to speak up and to stand up.
So you have a question?
Yes. So I know that you've like gone to Cambodia like multiple times after you first like left. How has Cambodia changed like from when you first lived there?
Okay. I've been to Cambodia many times, and how has Cambodian changed? I started my first trip in Cambodia and went back in 1995. I've been back over 45, 50 times now. When I first came to Cambodia, we didn't have traffic lights, and not many cars for the first time. And then I remember the first time they created traffic lights, and then they created roads. And then they, you know, what we all know, the stripe in the roads and the solid lines and straight lines. They did that without teaching and telling people what that meant. So the drivers would then straddle the car on the middle of the line, because people didn't know that you drive one side or the other, and the dotted line becomes, you know, where you can pass. It taught me that education is key, and do not assume. When you go into a country to do work, you do three things. You find out what the NGO is doing and whether the work is needed. There's a difference between NGO and NGEGO. And it is a big thing. And then you work with good people. You work with good people who actually understand and will educate people what the work is being done. And the third thing is you make sure that there's line item budget money to train indigenous locals people in position of power, because people have to be able to lead themselves. So that was one of the changes that we've done, is to make sure that the work of NGOs is done and not NGEGO. Traffic light was a big thing. When I went to Cambodia, there was no telephones, and the one telephone I could go to the hotel to make was $6 a minute, and you get this the whole time. Schools have been better, education's better. There's still many things we have to work on. But I feel much safer walking and riding my motorcycles around the country. It's beautiful. It's lovely. It's so delicious. Cambodia is so delicious. It's so much fun. And I love going back every year. Yes?
Okay, so like, how, like, what's your advice on how to survive? Like, what food do you eat, the people you live in, the shelters, and the stuff like that?
What is my life not like now?
So like, what's your advice on how to survive from when you say
What is my life? What's my advice on how to survive and how to be positive? You know, I think we have to be really careful of the narratives and the story we tell ourselves and tell of each other and tell of our world. There's so many things in the world we don't have power over, but the one thing we do have power over, and please remember this, the one thing you have power over all the time, every day, everywhere you go, whoever you are, wherever you go, wherever you travel, is this: the stories you tell of yourself, stories we tell of each other, and the stories we tell of our world. Tell the stories that nourish and heal. I'm sorry. and not harm. My God, that 34-hour flight is really getting to me now. I want 20 seconds or just 15 seconds. So this is the narrative. Every day we are told and fed stories by media that follows this dictum. If it bleeds, it leads. If it bleeds, it leads. Figure out the stories you tell each other that is all about bleeding, and tell the stories where if it's awesome, let it blossom. Tell the stories if it's awesome, let it blossom. If it bleeds, do not post it. If it doesn't showcase humanity, don't share it widely. Tell the stories that nourish, tell the stories that heal, tell the stories where you are awesome, and let yourself blossom.
Hello? Hey everyone, let's give it up for Writers Week. This is the last day, it's so bittersweet. I'm gonna keep this short and sweet as requested, but all things Writers Week have been made possible by the guests that I'm about to introduce. They are retired Fremd English teachers and so much more. I'm sure they'll share as they present and perform, but I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Gary Anderson and Mr. Tony Romano, Writers Week founders. Give it up for them, please.
Thank you all for coming here this morning. We'll get going here in just a minute, but I want to say that whatever we do here for the next few minutes, we want to dedicate to the memory of our departed friends, Mr. Jim Wyman, Ms. Karen Calder, Ms. Sue Gunther, and Dr. Antoinette Medina.
Thanks for having us again. When a football coach retires, there's a big scramble to find a new football coach. The same thing with the speech coach or debate coach or whatever. But when two Writers Week guys retire, there's no guarantee that they're going to be looking for people to do what this is here. So not only has Writers Week continued, but it has thrived because of the efforts of Gina Eng and Russ Anderson. So please. Can you hear that? We can do a big sound check here. I have 3 grandsons, 3 little guys, and this is for them. I want to give you the sun and moon. Maybe we'll chase them this afternoon. Yeah, you light my sky. You're the reason why time feels wide and full on days with you. First time I held you was like a dream. Loveliest baby I'd ever seen. Yeah, you light my sky. You're the reason why time feels wide and full. I love days with you. You run so fast now, can't keep up with you. But please don't slow down, so much to do. 10,000 questions you ask of me. I know so little, one certainty, that you light my sky. You're the reason why time feels wide and full. I love days with you. Time slipping faster, sun sinking low. I move more slowly, I think you know. But you light my sky. You're the reason why time feels wide and full. I love days with you. I love days with you. You run so fast now, I love days with you. You run so fast now, I love days with you. My days with you. Love my days with you. My favorite line of that song is time slipping faster. I move more slowly, I think you know, because school every day, and every time I walk him home, they live right behind us, he wants to race every single time. And I try to pretend like I'm running, but he knows that I can't keep up with it. So you want to talk about what we're doing here today?
What are we doing here today?
I don't know.
This is, the basic idea is, Tony and I have had just adventure after adventure in all kinds of different forms, and I was thinking about it. I think some of the reason why we collaborate so well and why we have this friendship that's gone on for so long is we have similar values, and then they get expressed in different ways. So what we've kind of discovered is Tony's songs and my poems have some common ground, and we're going to kind of bounce back and forth on these and see, it's not up to us to explain to you what the connections are. You can make the connections or not. But that's kind of what we envision here. And it might be kind of a mess, but we'll see. As you know, that song, when children and grandchildren are involved, they're just moments. There's wonderful times and just moments. And I'd like to share a poem about a moment I had with one of my daughters. This was anybody ever go to a Schaumburg Boomers game? Yeah. Before it was Boomers, it was the Flyers. So that explains the title of this, but it's entitled With Grace at the Flyers Game. I like seeing the old game in new ways. Grace is 5. She's learning the game too. We take our seats behind home plate just before the first pitch. Grace says, "Dad, look, there's the minister." My first thought is, quick, hide the beer. But she's pointing to the black-clad guy most of us call the umpire. I almost say, "No, honey." Then I get it, yeah. He knows the rules, and he calls you out, and sometimes shows a little mercy. Grace is right. There's the minister. I understand the Boomers. I'm an usher there in the summer, so if you come there, say hi to me and let me know if there's anything I can do to help you have a good time. So this is another one about something that happened. Every word of this is true with my other daughter when she was really little. It's called Comforts. On my way to bed, I check on her one more time. By full moonlight, each reassurance comes in turn. She is there, she is breathing, she is warm. And tonight, another thing. She lays curled on her side, knees drawn up and in, little hand by little face, the same pose we saw on a monitor months before her birth. So, something of that other life is with her still. This is a comfort, and I go to sleep by full moonlight. Awakening before dawn, I am slowly surprised to find myself on my side, knees pulled up, hand by face. Before we go to another Tony song, we're going to kind of shift to a little different idea. This one has, I don't know, I think we all have moments when we're a little lost, right? Things happen and other things happen. And eventually, we find our way out of it, either through the kindness of others, through our own problem solving, or sometimes just an act of grace. But bad times end, bad times end. And so that's what these next little pieces are about. This was entitled Fight. I hope I can get through this without laughing, but here we go. Fight. The thing to do in 8th grade was fight somebody at 3:30 on Lincoln School's playground. So I told Randy Scudder one day I'd meet him there to pound him. My gangly friends and his Acme crew circled around us on the 4-square court, and I said, "Well, I came here to fight. How about you?" He hit me so hard, there are days I still feel it. And I just lost interest in the whole thing. I said, "Well, I believe I'll just go on home now." Randy said, "All right." In civics on Monday, I told him, "You really gave me a shot." When Randy said, "Yeah, you can really take a punch," it was almost like a win.
Barbara, where are you, Mrs. Gerber? I want to invite Mrs. Gerber. Let's hear it from Mrs. Gerber.
little marshland in Buffalo Grove. I do a sunrise walk on the mornings I can.
She showed me a picture. It's just beautiful. You guys having fun? Good. This song was inspired by Mrs. Mungai over here, Maria Mungai. She said when she was a kid, her mom and her would just get in a car and just drive. Their objective was to get lost. And I thought this was the greatest thing. My family didn't even have a car, so there's no way we were going to get lost. You know, we went around the block. That's about as far as we went. And then it's come to mean different things, and it kind of fits the theme that Gary was talking about here. Packed up the car and I aimed to get lost. Stayed off the interstate, drove through the dust. Though every small town called out to me, I never belonged, that was too plain to see.
me secrets, so I'd better understand the mysteries. But this sister I never had might have just kept it to herself, and I would still be a lost dog, desperately sniffing air for clues about how to find the road back to home. Okay, do you get asked the question a lot, you know, first of all, let me say this about juniors. Where are all the juniors in here? Okay. Junior year is really hard, isn't it? Junior year, I think, is the hardest year. And February, I think, is the hardest month. So thank God for Writers Week, you know, plopping down right in the middle of this thing. People get asked, you know, what are you going to do in college? Where are you going to college? What's your major going to be? And sometimes we know, and sometimes we don't. A little later on, you get asked questions like, what are you going to do in where do you see yourself in 5 years or 10 years? So I will now ask you an impossible question, which is, where do you see yourself in 50 years? 50 years ago, I was a junior in high school. This poem is entitled Summer 1975. And it's about the summer between my junior and senior year, and a lot happened. Grand Funk and Black Sabbath tapes were the soundtrack for the last summer that really mattered. The only people in the world were those of us who sat on car hoods in the park, or played Frisbee on Main Street until 5 in the morning, or parked one county road over from the drive-in to watch Jaws, the third feature all summer long, just waiting in stone bliss for that big shark to silently rise above the cornfield, standing between the screen and us. I met Dale's cousin from Little Rock at a 4th of July party by the dam. Her name was Julie, and she wore cut-off jeans and a Styx t-shirt. Her pink tongue torturing purple bubble gum made me understand why people steal cars and hold up liquor stores. She gave me Bub's daddy kisses, and we talked of what it would be like to live right on the beach in Florida, and how wild we would be if we were there. On the last Monday before school started, Dale and his motorcycle tried to beat the Union Pacific train to the crossing. He didn't bleed, but it broke every bone. Later, the ambulance driver told me picking up Dale was like trying to lift a great big water balloon, nowhere solid to grab on. So we faced our first funeral, sitting barefoot in the back row of the Presbyterian church, apart from the ties and gloves down front. When Julie walked in wearing a black dress and hat, almost like her mom's, something ended. And the cornfields outside prepared to surrender summer's heat.
Before we move on to the next theme, that's your last one for kindness, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's so good to hear these poems. I haven't heard these poems in a while. That last poem, the bubble gum, what is it, purple? Yeah, I think about that line. I don't know why, but I think about that line now and then. In terms of kindness, I think we sometimes believe that it's in short supply. You know, you turn on the news, you look at things, and you feel like no one cares, but it's an illusion. It's a very powerful illusion, but still an illusion. We don't need to look far to find kindness, to be kind, and you can just look right in this room. You'll find plenty of what we're talking about.
My family was in the military. I grew up, first part of my childhood in the military, the last part in a small town in Iowa. Tony grew up in Chicago, and the people we come from were hardworking people. You know, that was their lives, was get up, go to work. And some of that, you know, has passed down. And that's kind of, I think, what we're interested in some ways, is what gets passed down. So, and what doesn't get passed down. So this one's entitled Bats. Bill was in college. He studied science, botany and biology mostly. Somehow he was wrapped up in a bats experiment. He was back here over break and started telling Grandpa about it. Grandpa said he wanted nothing to do with bats. One time he got caught said he swole up like a big old watermelon. Bill said it was impossible. Bats don't bite like that. They do everything they can to avoid humans. Even if they would bite, there's no poison to cause swelling. It couldn't have happened, Bill said. Graham said, well, it by God did happen. And to those of us listening, science didn't have a chance.
Sandra, where'd you go? This one is, this song is about my mother. Ready? I came to Sabra's class last week to practice it, and as I was leaving, one of her students was humming the chorus, and it doesn't get much better than that. So that was nice. Hard work is all that you know. You measure giving with pain. Pull up that porch chair, taking the spring air. It's time to breathe deep. Smell the rain. Your hands are blistered by love, but you'll miss the time that remains. Gripped by your cooking, much overlooking. It's time to breathe deep. Smell the rain. Smell the rain. Hey, smell the rain. Your knees are worn to the bone. No more to give, that's plain. Love by your taking, and this be awakening. It's time to breathe deep. Smell the rain. Smell the rain. Hey, smell the rain. Hey, smell the rain. Hey, smell the rain. Smell the My mom had one gear and it's working. I always wonder if she regretted that was her one gear, if she ever took time for herself. And she passed about 12 years ago, and I'm still trying to convince her to slow down with this song. You would think I would just let her do it. She needs to relax.
Here, come to the place you've always lived. See the people you've always known. Watch the things they do. Know you're of them. Call. They will come. And when they do, tell them what you have to say. They will listen. And they will tell you what you've always known. Let it be said that this is not what you wanted. Do not say all turned out fine. It did not. Say that you tried, could not be brave, you suffered silently. And when you could not be silent, you raged. And when your rage faded, you came here. That's a poem that flat out came to me in a dream. I woke up, was like, well, where's my pen? I have to write this down. This next one is 100% true. Literally happened. It's a fairly short poem, but it happened. My grandfather, Anderson, he didn't talk very much. He was born in 1898, farmer. Hardly ever talked, but very, well, here's just the poem. It's titled, What Stays? When he had less than a year to go, Grandpa took me to the old Lutheran cemetery where his mother's people are buried. Charlie Mills, a bearded figure in a sepia photo, dead 20 years before I was born. An Indian fighter turned farmer, was Grandpa's grandfather. It seemed important that I be told this. We talked about the regret. My grandfather, like I said, he's born in 1898. His biggest regret, when he was about 17, he got a tattoo at a carnival. So that would have been roughly 1915. That was his biggest regret, was his tattoo. So this next batch is just going to be about memories. I'll do a little vocabulary on this one. The word sane. Sane means, S-A-N-E means like logical and thoughtful, and the opposite of insane, right? There's another sane, S-E-I-G-N. No, S-E-I-N, which is like a net. Some of you know this already. A net that you drag through the water to catch fish, whatever's in the water, right? So seining figures into this piece. This took place when I was about, how old are you in 5th grade? 11? Yeah, so I've been about 11 with this. And I had a best friend. This is about my best friend and I. It's called Seining, me and Eddie. Summer was for seining Putnam Creek, minnows and crawdaddies, so we could sell them to the bait shop and spend our cash on nickel cokes at Thompson's Sundries. Daring to hope, the 16-year-old goddess Debbie Dunwoody would flash even the smallest smile as she served the 2 greatest creek seiners ever to work the waters around here. We picked quivering minnows and stunned, groping crawdads from the net, and everything we learned in school was washed from our memories as we instructed each other in more important matters. How to get out of the house without our folks knowing. How come grown-ups don't tell you the truth about everything? Would we always live around here? Night came and lightning bugs were war paint. We belly crawled through the yard, pulled up on our elbows at the edge of the ravine, and imagined where the moon's drawn bow would aim its fire arrow, the destruction it would bring upon its victims, and the 2 all-knowing warriors who had foreseen everything. I have to ask this, if anybody else catch lightning bugs and smear it on your face? Nobody? All right, well, I'll just have to settle with that.
I don't remember doing that, but I remember seeing that somewhere, maybe in a movie or something. Did you do that?
Yeah. A lot. Like every day was summer. Not proud of it.
Well, I remember baseball field, playing games all day till dark, running hard, my chest aching. Thought sometimes I'd bust my heart. Some nights we chase fireflies, trap them in our little jar. Papa called, we set them free, watch them blink from afar. Some memories don't
your shirt. This poem is entitled, 5 Times When Getting Married Seemed the Thing to Do. 5th grade. Renee and I were married on the steps of the abandoned house we all thought was haunted. Donnie married us. No kisses, though. And then everybody blew dandelion seeds. Senior year. Everybody thought Tanya and I were the couple most likely. Some days we thought so, too. If we just stayed friends instead of whatever that was, we'd probably still be friends. No. 2 years after that, the summer romance with Jody swept into fall. Then Jody said she didn't want to spend her life married to a teacher, and I took her picture down from my dorm room mirror. She married a plumber. There's nothing wrong with being a plumber. Close call. Lisa and I were just having fun. We had so much fun, we thought we should get married. Then we realized we loved the fun more than each other. The next year, I finally got it right.
Barbara? We don't see each other very often, so we don't have much time to practice, so we didn't practice this one too much, but we'll see what we can do here. I just love hearing those poems. Let's hear it again for I remember the first draft of Sane, and I didn't know what Sane was. I'm a city boy, and so I had to ask him. So that's why he explained it to you earlier. I meant to say that earlier. You ready? Okay. One life, one heart. How many beats do I have left in me? One and one's more than two. Each beat a lifetime with you. Moonlight, we dance slow. How many moons have we watched from below? One and one's more than two. Each light a lifetime with you. I do it over again. Over again. I do it over and over again. White sun, blue sky. How many times will we walk hand in hand? One and one's more than two. Each step a lifetime with you. You slip, I fall. How many times will I rise up with you? One and one's more than two. Each breath a lifetime with you. I do it over again. Over again. I do it over and over again. I do it over again. Over again. I do it over and over again. I do it over again. Over again. Over again and again.
You see how these fit together, right? Exit. Take all night and ride the highway. Don't look for signs, just go fast and far. When the sky lightens behind you, take the next exit. Stop at the just open cafe at Town's Edge. I'll be at the counter waiting for you.
doing lately is they're producing their own music, and they're paying a flat fee to musicians, and then they won't have to pay any royalties to anyone else. And so those kinds of songs are crowding out the artists who are trying to make some money. But no, but I am going to have some songs on some platform, probably Apple Music and Bandcamp soon. So, but probably Spotify too, I'm guessing.
Right in the middle, up top.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where did you guys grow up?
I grew up on military bases until I was about halfway through elementary school. Then we went back to the small town where my parents were from in Iowa. Finished growing up there. Then after my wife and I got married, we moved to Texas for 2 years, and we came here.
I was born in Italy, and then we moved to Chicago when I was about a year. I told my parents I wanted to be an American. And then I spent a lot of time on that front stoop that I sang about. If it weren't for that front stoop, I wouldn't be here reading books and reading comic books. So lived most of my life in Chicago, and then in the suburbs now, Glen Ellen. Emily, don't you?
Right here. Inside, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Where did we get the inspiration to do Writers Week?
Well, we were in this boring meeting. You know what the meeting was about? The meeting was about nothing. And so we decided, we got to thinking, it was a what if question. That's the most powerful sentence starter in the world is what if. What if we actually did something about authentic writing? And what if we had actual authors come here and interact with students? And every school has student writers, but they don't all not all schools celebrate. So it's like all this stuff is just waiting there to happen. So we did it. And first year, it was lunch periods only in one of those step rooms down there in the English area. And here we are 31 years later.
So boredom is good. Boredom is okay. A lot of good things come out of boredom. And the reason we had that spark during that meeting is we had been doing poetry slams because of this guy down here, Henry Sampson. And we had been doing this for 3-4 years. Yeah, let's hear it for Henry. And so through these poetry slams, we saw this talent that existed here. And so we wanted to showcase that.
Over on the left here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How did y'all meet?
How do we meet? I was gonna try to make something up. We were fishing, here. Yeah, I taught psychology at first, and then I came down to English, and then I was here maybe 3 or 4 years before you came, I think. And then we instantly, I don't think we've ever had a disagreement.
I just let him win.
I mean, we go back and forth with ideas, but I don't think we've ever had a fight or anything. Yeah. Our inspiration? What's our inspiration? Who's our inspiration, or what's our inspiration?
Songwriters like Bruce Springsteen mean an awful lot to me. The way they frame stories and just telling stories, and there's like moments in your life when you know it's like I gotta write this down, and you've got a notes app on your phone or carry a little notebook in your pocket, and when those things suddenly come out, just recognize it and write it down and see what happens.
Yeah, I've got 1,000 voicemails on my phone. But for me, an early influence would be Superman and Batman, those comic books. I just love the color and saving the comic. Yeah. How long does it take you to write a song? It goes from a day to months. It just depends. But even if you write it in a day, you're working on it, trying to get it better. So it takes some time. I like to walk, and so a lot of inspiration comes through walking. I think that's it, right? That's better.
Thank you, Austin.
you like those other boys. Ooh, you love that I forget you. Maybe sometimes we got it wrong, but it's alright. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Think it's strange, girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. Go ahead, let your hair down. Sapphire faded jeans, I hope you get your green. Just go ahead, let your hair down. You're gonna find yourself somewhere, somehow. Twas more than I could take. Pity for pity's sake. Some nights kept me awake. I thought that I was stronger. When you gonna realize that you don't even have to try any longer. Ooh, girl, put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. Go ahead, let your hair down. Sapphire faded jeans. I hope you get your. Just go ahead, let your hair down. You're gonna find yourself somewhere, somehow. Wanna be a vacuum cleaner, breathing in your dust. Wanna be a full Tina, I will never rest. If you like your coffee hot, let me be your coffee pot. You call the shots, babe, just wanna be yours. See, 'cause I have held my heart, harder to have than I thought. Maybe I just wanna be yours. I wanna be yours. I wanna be yours. Wanna be yours. Wanna be yours. Wanna be yours. Feel like you me turn. I'll never run out. Let me be the portable heater that you cold about. I wanna be your satin lotion. I wanna be hold your hair to devotion. At least as deep as the Pacific Ocean. I wanna be yours. See, 'cause I had held my heart harder to have than I thought. Maybe I just wanna be yours. I wanna be yours. I wanna be yours. Wanna be yours.
Give them much love. You know, one of the cool things about Writers Week that I've always appreciated and loved is, and maybe you've noticed this, right? But we sneak in some of your student performers during the passing period and into the period a little bit as well. So while maybe they are not directly seated up in front of me or behind me or in front of you, or they're not necessarily on our brochure that goes out, you're still seeing amazingly talented students. Okay, you see them in the hallways, make sure you give them a shout out as much as you do any of our writers, because it's the same thing for all of our writers, right? They are sharing something that is personal to them. They are making themselves vulnerable in front of you. Make sure you thank your parents, especially if they're on the boosters, for allowing Writers Week to happen and for supporting. If you miss an opportunity to buy any books from our professional authors afterwards, please feel free to come on up and buy yourself one. Otherwise, we're going to jump right into this. And first, kicking us off will be Caden Lightfoot.
I'm just going to be reading like a story about me and my buddies from 8th grade. Shout out Miss Kelly's 4th period. We were dumb 8th graders. My friend Brennan suggested we go ding dong ditching. Evan, the whose house we were staying at, was scared of getting in trouble. As most 8th grade boys are, we didn't care. We were bored and wanted something that would spike our adrenaline. Out the door and onto the first house. The doorbell rang. Our buddy Seabass sprinted over the lawn, laughing, but also filled with anticipation for what was what to come. A big burly man, covered in tattoos, head to toe, opened the door. Most of us looked at each other with a glance that would give the message that we were screwed. What none of us were able to notice is that the man was holding a baseball bat. The man walked outside, screaming. After he threatened us, we all knew what to do. That quiet, cold night turned loud, really quick. We ran, so much that I just recall being so frightened that I didn't have a destination. When I managed to round the street corner, I noticed shuffling in the bushes. I yelled out, "Who's in there?" More branches broke until Seabass appeared. That feeling of relief when we found someone else was great. "Where did everyone else go?" I asked Seabass, to which he replied by shrugging his shoulders and saying, "I don't know. I just ran through Evan's backyard until I got onto Aldridge." I started to panic, not knowing where anyone else was or what we were supposed to do. "Do you think any of us got caught by that crazy guy?" I said. "I don't know. I thought I saw some of them go back to Evan's house, but I don't think they wanted the guy to find out where Evan lives," Seabass screamed. At this point, we started to walk back towards Evan's house. We were walking down the street, but in the distance, all you could hear was a car loudly start up. We started to jog when out of nowhere a pair of headlights appeared behind us, coming closer and closer with each second that passed. "Caden, get out of the road," Seabass screamed. I dove into a ditch on the side of the road, and I was now covered in mud. The car tires screeched down the road, and the same tattoo-covered man with a bat came out of the car. He didn't see us. Seabass ran from across the other side of the road over to me. We were in complete shock at the situation that just happened. Our attention shifted to the car erupting away and back towards his house. "Dude, that guy's actually psychotic. What the hell was he doing trying to run over 2 kids?" Seabass said. Seabass and I, being dumb, started to head over to the guy's house to get a better view. We were checking to see if he was done chasing us or not. We crawled through the muddy ditch, and when we got to the point where only our eyes were above the ditch so we could stay hidden. There was no sight of the man, so we decided it was time to go back towards Evan's house, so that's where we started walking. A couple of minutes passed, and then rounding the corner of the road was the rest of the guys that were sleeping over. Seabass and I started to jog towards them. "What happened? Why are you guys running?" Luke was out of breath and managed to say, "The cops are at Evan's house," so we all dipped. Brennan was scared and seemed angry. "I'm never hanging out with you guys again. I'm going home." Brennan started jogging and Luke followed, hopping a couple fences until we couldn't see them anymore. Evan's mom was so angry at this point and told everyone we needed to leave once she was done talking with the officer. We all went home that night with a story to tell, and Brennan did in fact not hang out with us again. Thank you. Give it up for Theodore.
Hello, I'm Theo Kung. Before I start, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Mr. Klein's 7th period English class. Raise your hands if you're wearing purple right now. And purple's a color that some of us love and some of us don't, but it's still a color, and we all know it. And it's a color with an extensive and colorful history. Tyrian purple dye was a costly purple pigment developed in the ancient city of Tyre, in modern-day Lebanon. The methods of making this dye required the slaughter of thousands of murex snails to produce even the slightest amount. Purple became a symbol of royalty and power, reserved only for royals and nobles. For example, Roman emperors were known to use the dye to assert their authority and power. However, this luxury came at a grave cost. Tons of snails were eradicated as a result of humanity's neglect for other species while pursuing luxury. In renowned author George R. R. Martin's Game of Thrones, his character Tyrion Lannister says, "I will hurt you for this. I don't know how yet, but give me time. A day will come when you think yourself safe and happy, and suddenly your joy will turn to ashes in your mouth, and you'll know the debt is paid." This statement from the author may suggest his involvement in a grand scheme with snails, a grand operation spanning several centuries. As retaliation, snails have been biding their time and planning revenge on humanity, delivered in the form of chocolate. Allowing human cultivation of cacao, snails have masterminded the rise of chocolate as a widely appreciated, addictive treat. Today, we can all see how internationally chocolate is loved. In fact, the global chocolate market was estimated at $119.39 billion in 2023, and is only expanding rapidly. With that much money, you could fill up this whole school multiple times over with chocolate. However, as beloved as it is, the snail's product has undeniably played a major role in the spread of health crises, such as diabetes, obesity, and cardiovascular diseases. In fact, in 2023, over 39% of adults worldwide were classified as obese or overweight. Hundreds of millions of adults globally have diabetes, and cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death. And chocolate has a role to play in all of these. Yet despite its dangers, snails have maintained its growth with very successful propaganda campaigns. With campaigns with claims like dark chocolate is healthy and chocolate improves mood and cognitive function, which are widely circulated but have zero solid basis. Furthermore, the snail's creation of the global chocolate industry has intensified social inequalities, giving corporate elites abundant wealth while exploiting powerless laborers with low wages and poor work conditions. Cacao farmers in West Africa, for example, where almost 70% of the world's cacao is grown, earn an average of 78 cents to $1 a day, an amount that's far below a living wage. And in places like Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, over 1.5 million children wake up and work in hazardous conditions on cacao plantations every day, sometimes for no pay and with zero chance for education. This will inevitably result in resentment towards the wealthy elites from the poor, struggling, laboring class, a resentment that will build up and eventually explode. These are the seeds of unrest the snail population has sowed for an eventual uprising, turning humans as a species against each other, leading to a devastating war. Although it may sound like I'm kidding, this is very real. Even your favorite fire hydrant may be at risk. You have been warned.
Introduce her again.
Zuzu. Dad.
Hello, my name is Dev Sharma. I first wanted to give 2 shout outs. First, to my amazing mother over there. Please give a hand to her. semicolons guide my pricked fingers as I force the tip of my sewing needle through the resistance of cardboard and paper, completing my newest innovation, 2 hand-sewn bound notebooks. Believing in the magic of the blue sticky note stuck above my desk, I ecstatically place these notebooks as special additions to the pillows and blankets I set up on the family room sofa, my mother's favorite resting corner. Now, I wait for her return. Even though it took me 16 years to understand why, each day of childhood began with semicolons in my desire to create something new. The striking scent of ginger from my father's homemade chai awakened me, prompting me to my busy workstation on my old house's family room carpet. Last week, this was where board game boxes, Legos, and kindergarten sleeping mats replicated long-awaited Indian award show stages. Yesterday, fabric scraps, beads, and the pleats of my mother's saris blossomed as canvases of Indian design upon my touch. But today was the last day. My multifaceted identity flourished like before. As an introverted Hindu boy who grew up with elders as his voice, I silenced my unusual interests, like clothing design, with a period. Only the feeling of home provided semicolons for my imagination to express itself comfortably. I lost this too. When exploring my family's new house, the foreign smell of fresh wood and paint overpowered the homely scent of ginger chai. My growing imagination was halted by the loss of my nostalgic workstations and the ever-increasing pressure of childhood's departure. When scrambling to find my place amongst my 6th grade classmates, my teacher, Miss Gardner, noticed my eyes brighten with a new art project, stuffed animal sewing. The project's difficulty made my periods wither as I reverted to learning how to sew while eagerly guiding classmates. Each classmate brought back the scent of ginger chai. Short hallway chats with Miss Gardner after art class allowed her to decipher how my spontaneous discovery of clothing design became a suppressed identity. 6th grade concluded with an unanticipated gift, a roll of leftover white fabric from Miss Gardner's homemade wedding dress. Attached was a blue sticky note. It said, "Passion isn't just to love what you do, it's to be confident to show to the world." From hand-sewing doll-sized Indian clothes for the Instagram account my sister secretly made for me, to reviving my inner poet and building online 3D home models on my desk, aka my new workstation, I glanced at this note periodically, reminding me to grow from sharing my innovations. However, this message didn't seem incomplete until even the freshness of home dwindled. In our home, the word cancer had been replaced with Vishnu, the Hindu creator of life. Before Vishnu, my mother failed to revive her engineering studies after immigrating to the US. But she held on to her life's semicolon, learning. Vishnu replaced it with a period, limiting her to the family room sofa. Despite baking my mother's favorite banana bread and studying beside her, I saw pages unused, lessons unlearned, words cut off. Guided by the blue sticky note, I gathered cardboard, fabric, paper, and DIY videos with a new purpose. My mother and I met near her favorite spot to share creative pieces we wrote in our journals daily. From poems to nostalgic stories, secrets to life questions, my innovation fostered a deeper connection to my mother's elusive tears, while guiding her toward a proactive outlook during her treatment. Using semicolons to not just share my talents, but apply them to my mother's condition allowed me to erase her own periods, a challenge I continue pushing her to take on independently. My eyes opened to life structure as a choppy run-on sentence that one must dare to define and continue with semicolons. Amongst the many meanings they take shape, my semicolons find purpose in helping others to define what theirs is and why, an individual pursuit that for many is cut off by a thank you. Next up is Mohammed.
start the story now. A girl asked her mom, "Mom, why do we actually, wait, no. Mom, do we actually know what we're truly saying?" Her mom asked her to clarify her question. "Well, do we know the real meaning behind the words we say, or is it that we believe in action and consequence?" The mother, surprised, answered her daughter's question with a simple, "Perhaps." She then continued, "Everyone has a different worldview of life and its language. But there are other ways of meaning is shown." The mother pauses a little to make her daughter ponder before proceeding to say, "We may have different experiences, but experience isn't the only way of learning, because experience is merely adapting to your environment, but learning is the ability to predict it." The girl, satisfied, decides to walk outside the house to play around with the flowers outside her rundown home. As she's playing with the blossoming petal, a unknown figure approaches, curious of what the girl is doing. With his brown figure armored with near metallic skin, its demonic face almost like a costume, facing at her despite the eyes not even pointing at her. Its jaws open to make a hollow noise of confusion that even is echoed by its fang-filled mouth. The girl, near terrified, walks back, but the creature just stares. At that moment, the girl remembered who this demonic creature truly was. It was a creature that served the emperor of the country as one of his generals. The girl nervously waves at it as it waves back and walks towards a more grander building. As the creature enters, he meets a fellow general who was wearing a star-patterned robe. The general proceeds to give the creature money, and as it exits, he sees the girl again, who hands it an odd present. The creature, as curious as it was, withdrew its demented sword out with a splash of blood soaking it. The color looks very bright. "Thank you for the gift," it said in a near hollow yet high and also low voice. And it walked away before hiding near a building to remove its metallic head, revealing that behind the mask of this demonic creature was a boy, no older than 10 years of age. He smiled at the present briefly before putting back the mask on and marching ahead to the emperor. And as he walked forth, he contemplated on a brief part of his life. He was an orphan boy who even never still had a defined name for himself. He could never see color. To him, color was just only black and white. Until he met a butcher, of which he saw color for the first time. He was confused at what he saw, and after a few tests with the butcher, he found out he had a form of colorblind that only let him see color via blood. And shortly after that, he was recruited by the army by a general to be a child soldier. He had no idea much about the job he had been bestowed on, would call it demon. But to him, it sounded important. So he decided to use his sword as a paintbrush to paint the world color. And as he is thinking, he is suddenly jolted back to reality when he's being intercepted by a group of people. To him, not much was needed to be written. He already knew that people had color within themselves. So when he fights them, he always tries to draw as much color out of them. So the fight ended as quickly as it came. So he continued his walk, but as he finally approached the palace, he was told that he was to be sent to another war as a scout at the east. So he traveled again, just to be intercepted by another person, but this time it was a girl wearing a white and orange robe. "I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to help you," she said to the boy. Confused, he made a noise that hollowed out his suit. "Do not fight here, you're being used to kill people. I know you don't have the intention of murder, so I ask you again, so I ask you not to kill them." She begged in a way that sounded like she was trying to protect him from something. The boy responded with a simple, "Why? Does someone plan to betray me?" The girl, in a correcting way, explained, "It's not like you're going to be betrayed, but you're being used. Can't you see? To them, you're nothing more than a murderous monster. Not not even a person, let alone a child. He then hit his head an odd way. There, this should help you with your color blindness. Now you can see everything normally, he said with a protective attitude. The boy looked around him. As he saw the color of his world had been filled. He saw his armor brown, but reeking of the blood that dried upon itself. He looked at the bodies near himself and saw a crimson reflection of himself as he realized that the scarlet liquid was blood, the very things human needs to live. Truth was, he was never painting anything with colors. He was just painting everyone with his authority. The reflection made him realize that they were people just like him. The end.
Before I go, I just want to thank everyone who went out of their way to come see me and these other people, like my parents and Miss Kelly's fourth period sports lit class. Hi, my name is Drew Fifield. I'm here to share some stories about my peanut allergy. I know I've heard all the jokes from being the first to fall in an apocalypse if it really came down to it, because I could just die from a simple peanut. If you know me pretty well, I started doing this treatment when I was younger called oral immunotherapy, an OIT for short. The guidelines are simple. You eat a decent-sized meal, eat your dose of peanuts, and your heart rate has to be down for 2 hours. No hot showers, can't go out in the sun, and definitely no exercising. Simple, right? But think about it. If you're not hungry, you still gotta eat. And if you have plans to work out, forget it. So it sounds easy, like a first world problem, but day after day, month after month, year after year, it gets really inconvenient. To many of you, it sounds like heaven. I get to eat peanut M&Ms every day because it's medicine, but to me, I can honestly say the grueling feeling of swallowing a peanut is the worst feeling I've ever felt. The intense heartburn, the constant feeling of throwing up what I had for breakfast. I truly hate it. Though uncomfortable, I'm thankful for this treatment. I used to be the kid at the peanut table sitting with my cream cheese and jelly and sandwich, and now I'm able to eat whatever I want with little to no consequences. So for this last portion, I'm going to share one of the stories that deals with a simply complicated area of my life. I'm at a friend's house in quite the barn burner of a basketball game. The whole day had been normal, spending it with friends on a late spring Saturday. At this point, my team is down by a couple, and I'm breaking a sweat. Sometime during the game, my chest starts to squeeze, my eyes are bloodshot. And as someone who really wants to win this seemingly insignificant basketball game, I dismiss it. That's until I take a break mid-game to go to the bathroom. As soon as I see my swollen cheeks in the mirror, my mind goes in a million different directions, going back and forth between should I call my parents or should I just relax and maybe it'll all be okay. While my friends are yelling at me for airballing a three, I'm worrying about if I should shove an EpiPen in my thighs. I finally break through my consciousness and decide to inform my friends that I think I'm having an allergic reaction. While hives are breaking out, chatter breaks along the driveway. What's happening, I hear, or I had no idea he even had an allergy. Ambulances come, I take an EpiPen and get rushed to the hospital, all because I didn't follow the 2-hour protocol. This small part of my life is very tricky. Making a scene on a random night in front of my friends and having ambulances come to her house, all because I have an allergy. Whenever I think about that night playing basketball, it's remembered by me worrying about my life and all my friends worrying about something so small. Something so little, but something only I can relate to. While it's annoying, it has honestly saved my life. Eating cross-contaminated foods, having the freedom to slip up and eat a peanut, I'm thankful for the OIT treatment. Up next is Lydia.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia. Shout out to my parents who came and Miss Miranda's fourth period speech. So this piece was basically my college essay. This was probably one of the hardest things I had to write, so I hope you guys enjoy it. The shining sunlight embraces the family, and the sounds of music and cheering from down the road. It's the annual parade for the city, celebrating all of its aspects, from the high school down the road to the small businesses in the city center. I remember sitting next to her chair. Her hand on my head as I actively collected candy and gave most of it to her. She was the one with the sugar tooth. I didn't really care much But every time I do this when I was a kid, I remember Nanny's smile. I remember how kind she was. I remember how funny and knowledgeable she was. That smile never left my face when I saw her. Until the day I lost it. Losing my great-grandmother was one of the hardest things in my life. We had already known she was going to die because of her dementia. She'd already been suffering from it for years now, and she'd always endured keeping a smile on her face. It wasn't until 2 weeks before her death where she was bedridden. No food, no water. Every time I went to visit her, all I saw was her body, just sleeping. I would sometimes have to leave the room to give myself a minute to cry. And Annie, who I once knew was full of life, the one who ate a whole carrot cake on her own, who never talked bad about anyone, was just gone. It broke me like a shattered mirror every single time I visit, every crack just increasing every single time I came. And when we got the call about the news, the mirror snapped. I couldn't really stop crying for days. Just the thought of her gone corrupted me into sadness. A week passed and her funeral came up. I'm pretty sure I used around 2 boxes of tissues during the wake. Looking at her one last time, I said my goodbyes before we started the funeral officially. Then the speeches came. No one really expected me to give a speech, but I was welcomed on, standing over the audience of friends and family. Before I opened my mouth to start, I closed my eyes. The same picture, the same parade again. The happiness of her hand on my head, the joy of seeing her eat all that cake and candy. The way she inspired me to do what I wanted. The joy she made me feel, and the sadness of when she left. I opened my mouth, and out came a smile. Thank you. Next up is Emmy.
Hey guys, I like to shout out my mom, who unfortunately couldn't make it, but I just have a short poem for you. Her demands are met as quick as a signal. Laws of physics here, how far the mind could run. The feelings of euphoria as creativity foundations this world. All thoughts unified to form each grit. Yet, this world asks of none in return. But now, it's us so far she can surpass. Head stuck in the forbidden cotton, wondering if one day she won't come back down. But the hands reach from the dirt below. They claw hold her skin so desperate, tugging on whatever was in their grasp, forcing her to withdraw from a cumulus of ecstasy. Snap back to reality. Then comes the paper with all the past mistakes I couldn't fully erase. The pencil marks the paper once more, hoping that it made the right choice before time runs out. But small keeping thought, it beckons her. Her safe haven of ever-cheating pleasures that she has just left behind, awaiting her return, yearning for her to reach once more. But she may be naive to the fact it's not safe to keep extending these stays. Because once the cloud has slowly descended to the dirt, fogging up her only true stable perception, the hands will have nowhere to pull her back down.
I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Anderson's 4th period class before I start. In my dreams, I rarely feel peace. They serve as a point of reflection for me. One to remember people I've let go, one to remember moments I felt lost, one to think of where I will be and who I will become. And while I still find myself stepping into nightmares, I draw a lot of inspiration from my dreams. When I have one that truly sticks with me, I spend hours pondering over it. Some of these lines reference actual people in my past. Some of them are a reference to moments I've shared with them. And some part of me wants them to see that I still talk about them, that I still think about them. 1. A town, an amalgamation of my childhood, my history, my home. I drift through the air with no wind in my face, my hands bleeding and blue as I fall back down. And then they appear with an unearthed smile buried deep within my catacombs, reconciliation of sorts, an apology I've yearned for in a hug so tender that it lessens my gravity. But their face begins to melt like plastic in a kiln, warping and moving with time like a dance, until it is but a feud, Angry words claw at my lips, but none escape, my lungs spilling blood and nectar until the air tastes like metal. Crimson begins to shift until it's all we can see, washing us away, returning us to strangers. Only a dream. 2. A party, a celebration of my body, my present, my adolescence. I'm engulfed by figures dancing and nodding along, murmuring in foreign tongues as to shield me from truth. Their faces kerned and waxy in a way that I sense their pain, but have no recollection of it. And yet I sit rigidly, letting them splinter around me, the waves and bass sending ripples through my cup. This drink is slow, tart, and as the cacophony grows, I sip the bitter nectar. Once, twice, music bleeding, twice, thrice, like locusts buzzing, once more, and I shut my eyes. But there is no buzz, and I find myself standing outside an impossible light, this golden flower blooming from the sky. As I look around, all I see is white, illuminating my bare skin, my feet buried into the ground, and my hands blue once more. Dancing crystals falling upward, dying, ascending from under my soles, and I raise my fingers like antennas to heaven, air to skin to bone. Only a dream. 3. A beach, an omen of my heart, my desire, my grave, reminiscent of my parents' homes and their parents before them. I sink into the coarse crystals, my soul's boring deeper into the earth with each beating wave. Their energy radiating through my core, delicate foam clinging to my shins, their energy pushing me out to sea, beckoning me to sink further. The tide swells and bows with my chest, a mimicry of my anxious and swollen lungs, and once more, a familiarity creeps up my spine. A smell of warmth and a notion of comfort, as if I was born here, as if I was meant to exist here, as if I always have. I am piloted by a visage, propelling my legs into the water, wading myself deeper into the bank, until the crystals no longer grasp at my skin. Looking once more toward the shore, I realize that nobody is calling back. And as I let my lungs capsize, I feel the waves coat my eyelid. And all I am left with is the pale blue. Only a dream. We have a little more time here, so I'm just going to read a poem that I wrote. It's called Apparition. I still feel it in the room, in the breeze wafting through my window, thin fingers dancing across my torso. The skin still remembers, even if I try to cleanse it, an apparition I can't burn away. And when I try to sink under the covers to suffocate myself, I find it laying, lingering in the scent on my pillows, where two souls join into one. A lock of hair strewn across the satin, and the tears fall once more. The same bittersweet melody on repeat ebbs through my head to my core. I feel your rhythm piercing my chest. A desperate attempt to restore you is but a jumble of misplaced fragments, a voice disintegrating. All I can think about is the touch of your hands, blooming pockets of sun beaming onto my face. Plans to build our life and smile into each other until we see the night fall again and again, are seared into my heart like a bleeding kiss. A beating promise chanted relentlessly to stay echoes in my head every second I lie here. But as I search for your gaze in the horizon, praying that I can feel the warmth once more, all that lies are the markings where you step.
One more big round of applause. So we've got a little bit of time here. So any questions from the audience before we start giving the teacher-y questions that we throw out? Any questions from the audience? What you got? You choose, my friend.
I wanted to talk to the person who just spoke. You had mentioned that you had
Grant.
a lot with the dreams. Do you think that they have any meaning?
I had a what?
You talked about a lot about dreams. Do you think dreams have any meaning?
I feel like yes. I mean, lately I've just been like sleeping a lot more. I think that's why I'm dreaming more. But I feel like when something's really
questions?
Right here, my friend.
I think the last one specifically, it's me like on this beach and I kind of just let the waves overtake me. I kind of, it's almost like a death in a sense. Like I feel like I'm just coming to terms with like whatever's kind of on my mind at that point. And that's, I feel like that's kind of what it represents.
Up top. Ask.
No. Occasionally.
Other questions? Ooh, what you got?
For the dream guy, how much you pay for your off-white shoes? The off-white shoes.
You asked me about my shoes. I got these 2 years ago. They're like $300.
I guess when you have dreams, right? What else we got? Other questions? The guy with the real deep questions up top again. Hard hitting. You should go to journalism. Sure. What do you got? Right up there.
Well, when did that fit and how much did it cost?
So his name's Greg. So let's start there.
Yeah, my name's Brad. I got these pants. I don't know, 170. This one was like this cardigan was like a big purchase.
Is that called like pocket watching or something? Like, y'all need to mind your own business with the man's finances. Just saying, general rule of thumb, what they spend is none of your business. I am not going back up top to that question. It's gonna be like, what did you have after you had, what do you got? What do you got?
That's OD, Jimmy.
Do you have anything else? Is it about what someone is wearing, or is it about snitching?
It's not about.
Oh, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, as we all know, like the inevitable timeline of like the snails taking over the world is gonna happen eventually. So, like in your expert opinion, when do you think that's gonna happen?
When will snails take over the world? That's on you. You.
I mean, like, more clarification.
Tomorrow.
So I guess keep your eye out. I don't know.
Got one more question.
What do you got? Is it about someone's fit?
It's about Drew. Drew, do you eat peanuts before your wrestling matches?
He does not eat peanuts before wrestling matches. If you listen before, you're saying he works out too long after the peanut. That's problematic. So good choice, Drew.
Hector, do you have a question?
I do have a question, relatively speaking. What piece of advice would you give your peers for maintaining your sanity at Fremd High School?
Have fun. Don't take too many AP courses. Don't be me junior year who took 4.
Yas, queen. Swag.
Strategically use every single skip day you have.
I mean, don't like overestimate how hard tests are, because sometimes all it takes is like you don't need to study as much as you usually do. I've seen that work. Like I don't study till the last minute, and it helps me honestly. It helps me to calm down.
few days. I don't know. Don't do everything last minute.
Survive as long as you can until your immune system breaks down.
Have fun, make the most of your opportunities. Just try to get involved as much as you can.
Don't take it too serious.
But also keep in mind, snails are taking over the world tomorrow. So you have today to make the most of it. Take that as your approach. We're all done.
5th hour. Happy Friday of Writers Week. Coming to an end here, and it's bittersweet because we've seen so many beautiful things, and today we're going to see Luong Ung, and I'm so honored to introduce Luong Ung. I actually got chills when I heard that she was coming to Writers Week because I know how much her story means not only how much her story means not only to our students who read First They Killed My Father in English class, but also I know what her story means to humanity. Cambodia is a land with beautiful culture, history, and people. But the genocide that took place at the hands of the Khmer Rouge in the 1970s tried to erase that rich history, vast beauty, and vibrant culture that lived within the Cambodian people. As a survivor of this genocide, Luong Ung, at a young age, witnessed and experienced the terrible evils that humanity is capable of. But despite these experiences, she has become a testament to the beauty, resilience, healing power, and love a human being is capable of. She is a testament to the very real pain that comes with having to leave your own country in order to survive in a new one, and how far resources and support can go for someone finding refuge in a new world. I hope we all realize how fortunate we are to learn from Luong Ung's story, and hopefully she will inspire many of you to use your voice when the time comes to speak for something you care about. She has built her life around activism and healing. Healing not only for her personal world, but also for the land and people of Cambodia. We are so honored to listen, learn, and be inspired by her today. So please join me in welcoming Luong Ung.
Thank you so much for that welcome. Can I see by a show of hands how many of you actually read the book already? Wow. So I don't know if you know this, the movie was made about 5 years ago now. I know, it's never in my wildest dream did I think, one, I was going to write a book, or two, have such cool, awesome, fabulous people like yourselves reading it, who read it, or that I get to make a movie with a friend, my friend Angelina Jolie. Some of you might know who she is. She's an actress. Or more importantly, that we got to go to Cambodia, where we filmed for 4 months in Cambodia and worked with 20,000 Cambodians to make the film. There were a couple of non-negotiables when I made the movie, and one was that I wanted to be filmed in Cambodia, and the other was that I wanted to make a movie in Khmer, the Cambodian language, and also to just bring a lot of kindness and healing to the project. So I'm really grateful to be here. Since so many of you already read the book, I want to leave a lot more time for Q&A I wanted to share a few thoughts about my experience, and for those of you who don't know about my story, and why I wrote the book. Even though the title is called First They Killed My Father, to me it's a book about love. To me it really is a story of love that took place in the midst of war. And I thought the idea to birth the book into a published text came to me on April 15, 1998. At the time, I was already in my late 20s, working in Washington, D.C. on the campaign for a Landmine Free World. And I woke up to the news that day that Pol Pot, the community leader, had died. And of all the interviews, the many interviews they played on the radio, one that really struck me and brought me to my knees was one in which he said, Pol Pot said, what he did in Cambodia, he did for love. And I was so angry. I was so angry. I was full of rage because I thought to myself, how dare you? Like, how dare you utter these words? And it gives me chills to even think about that. Like, how dare you say that? Love does not a genocide make. Love does not torture. Love does not kill. Love does not murder. Love does not kill 1.2 to 2 million people out of a population of 7 million people. Love does not extinguish 25% of the Cambodia's population in a span of not even 4 years. In a span of your high school career, the Khmers ended up killing 1.7 to 2 million Cambodians. How dare you speak of love in such a way? It was in that moment that my fire of activism is working on landmines campaigns and domestic violence became a fire where I wanted to negate Pol Pot's legacy of what love is. I was going to go out and tell my own version, my own story of love. A love that exists in our world in the truest, realist sense. A love that you already know because you're here. A love that you and many of us in the world who come from families who did not grow up in war, who were not trained as child soldiers, who did not starve, a love that we take for granted. A love that exists in our city, in our homes, between our families and parents and loved ones. And so I set out to tell that love story. Little did I know that it was a story that other people wanted to know and wanted to learn about. So I'm really grateful to you all. And I genuinely, sincerely mean this from the bottom of my heart. It makes me really emotional that so many of you actually read the book. Because when I published it, when I sent it out as a manuscript to 25 publishers, I received 24 rejections. 24 rejections of 25. And the one that said yes did not come in the beginning. It came the very end, and the rejections were many. And they said they didn't think the story was going to reach anybody. They didn't think they wanted to put money into publishing it because people weren't going to support it. They didn't understand the voice of a child. Because back then, stories like mine were written often in biographies and in autobiographies, but not in memoirs. So I'm really, really grateful to have your support and to know people are 25 years later, I know it's so long ago, but the book is still being taught in different schools and universities, and it's now translated into 15 different languages. Like, who would have dreamt this? Not me. Never. Like, people actually, I know, when I'm excited, I say things like all the time. I try to cut that out from my vocab, but people really liked it. And I questioned whether people were going to like the book or read the book because, even though it was my love story, I didn't know if people would understand it. And it was my love story of my parents who brought us into the world. It was my love story to my father who worked so hard to afford us a lifestyle of privilege where we got to go to school 3 times a day, 6 days a week, studying all the time. My love story to my mother who at 5'7" was an Amazon in our society. My love story to 3 sisters who I fought with so loud and often love Elvis Presley music and they dance jerky motions like Elvis. My love story to a Cambodia that was filled with 2,000-year history, with landscape that is so green, I've yet to find the green crayon in the box of hundreds of crayons to fill in its landscape. My love story of a culture that is rich with arts and music and architecture and songs and soul, and of people who built the largest religious complex in the world, the Angkor Wat. It was my love story with this Cambodia that I wanted to share with people. And it was this love story that continued to live and exist in my heart even when the soldiers came in on April 17, 1975, when I was 5 years old, with their guns and their grenades and their big smiles. And when they landed on my street, they pull up their bullhorns and told my family and I we had to leave our homes. And that the Americans were going to come in and bomb our city, and we didn't leave, we would die. And on that day, Cambodia became a prison, and all its people turned into prisoners. And my city, Phnom Penh, the place of my birth, the place that began my first of many, many, many love stories, was evacuated in 72 hours. We were lucky, my family and I. We survived, we made it out, we went to live in villages where the next 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days, our lives consisted of only Mondays. Only Mondays. Today's a Friday. We can look forward to Saturday and Sunday tomorrow. Imagine 4 years of high school with no holiday offs, no New Year's, no spring breaks, no Christmas. Every day consisted of only Mondays, and every Monday a work day, and it didn't matter if you were 6 or 60. And you didn't have a choice on what you to do to work. Your only value and worth as a human being was how well you worked in the field, how much food you grew, of which then would be picked and taken away by trucks that would return with guns and munitions to fight a war we couldn't speak up against, we didn't vote for, we didn't want, we didn't understand, and we could not speak up. And we could not stand up, and we could not protest. And this is why I'm so passionate as an activist, because I remember what it felt to be silent, to be invisible, to be so completely powerless that you think it's a privilege to take that next breath. That everything in your life, you work, you strategize to try to find food to feed your bodies, that you think become so deformed from malnutrition that if you pop your stomach, you would disappear into nothing. Everything we did to survive was a privilege just so we can take that next breath. And here we sit with this privilege, taking every single breath that we are doing right now. It is a privilege. But we didn't have that privilege growing up, and so I don't take even my breath for granted, because I know what it felt like to fear when I could take that next breath, when I would be safe enough. Can you imagine that? Put yourself, just every time you think that life is difficult and stuff, just remember what we already have. My life for the next 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days consisted of only living in fear, of not speaking, of putting mud on my body so I could hide the color of my skin, of trying to forget the past so I didn't dream of returning to it, so I could just stay present in the moment in my survival. For even though I didn't know about the politics of the Khmer Rouge, they enacted their policies everywhere in the country of Cambodia to the 7 million people who lived in there. And their policy was this. They took power with a mission to create a pure utopian agrarian society where power would be taken from the wealthy and the elite and the builders and the doctors and the singers of the society of the country and given to the farmers and the revolutionaries and those who didn't believe it were viewed as enemies of the state. And the solution for such enemy was to purge and to rid the nation of them. The Khmer slogan was to spare you, was to keep you was no gain, to spare you was no loss. And though I didn't know the politics and I didn't speak up, the soldiers showed up. And they collected one by one the neighbors, the families, the uncles, the other loved ones, and other family members. And we couldn't say anything. And when they came for my father, and they needed him to go with them to remove an ox cart stuck in the mud, we knew it was alive, but I couldn't cry out. And when my father talked to my mother and she cried, and when he came out of the hut and he picked up my brothers and sister in his arms and he held us, my 7-year-old little body girl had the instinct of heart somehow to know I would not see him again, to wrap my arms around him, to feel the tightness of his arms around me, to rest my face ever so gently at the nape of his neck, to just hold the moment in that I would need to last me for eternity. You all in this room, and myself included, with my new life and my new family, we get the privilege to build memories to last us a lifetime, to build memories every day, every dinner, every lunch, every breakfast. And so we often treat our memories and our moments together with not importance. And that's okay. And that's okay, but for me, being able to recognize the moment for its importance was what helped me to survive. Because I knew in that moment, when the world got dark, as the world got dark and the soldiers came, I knew in that moment the thing that I would need to know, that I needed to know in order to grow. I knew in that moment that my father loved me. I knew in that moment that I was loved. I knew in that moment that I was brought into the world with love. And even though the soldiers told me my father might have been a traitor, and that's why they took him, and that I was a child of possibly invaders because my mother was Chinese, I knew in that moment there were lies. The propaganda machine was trying to brainwash me into believing. So think of moments in your life as you go through them. The moments in your life that you know to be the truth. To be the truth of who you are, your value, and how you were brought into the world. And hold on to these moments. I say this often, and I say this now. I wish for all of you to have a most wonderful, adventurous, fun, joyful life full of curiosities and success and joy and love and cheer. I wish all of that, and I wish you never to suffer, but should life ever throw you a curveball and you feel pain and you suffer pain, hold on to those moments when you know you were loved, because you are here because you were loved. The heart is not only the most vital organ in the human body, it is also one of the strongest muscles in the human body. And for as many times as it breaks, it has the ability and capability to heal, to be strong, to keep on beating. Think how often we unconsciously or consciously are not aware of what's going on inside our body, of the strength that we carry, of the beauty that we hold. But we are all inheritor of this. As a survivor, and many of us are survivors, I know many of us, all of you perhaps, have lived stories and lived lives where you are and have been made survivors, or know loved ones who are survivors. We just know this, that we are not only inheritors of traumas or post-traumatic stress or anger or other people's acts of violence, but we are inheritors of also of grace and resilience and courage and beauty and history and curiosity and our humanity. We also inherit all these goodness that we in this world, I don't think, give enough credence, credit, and value to. But when you think of it, how awesome is it? Humans, Homo sapien, modern Homo sapien has been around for 200 to 300,000 years. And we are not here, and 8.4 billion people We are here because we've succeeded. We are here because we are all success stories. We're here because we've helped each other survive and to thrive, and we are here because we are constantly lending each other's hands to grow. So I'm really, really grateful that people were there to me when I could not be there for myself. 3 days after my father was taken, we were told that he was most likely killed. And then my mother gathered us around and sent my brothers and sister away. And I didn't want to go, but she turned me by my shoulders, pushed me out the door, and said, "Get out." For over 10 years, I viewed this act as an act of weakness. That she didn't love me, that she abandoned me. I am so privileged and so grateful that I get to be here, to be an adult, to have worked for 3 years at a domestic violence shelter with women and mothers who worked so hard to keep their children safe. And they showed me their resilient spirits and their strength, and that sometimes you keep someone safe by sending them away. They taught me to stand in the glory of my mother's strength. And it gives me chills to channel this, to know that my mother was not weak, but she was perhaps the strongest woman I've ever met. And this changed me. Knowing this changed me. It changed how I take up breath, how I take up space, how I march into the room, because I am the result and inheritor of my mother's strength. When life throws you curveballs, think of the people in your life who you've inherited grace and resilience and courage from. Whether they're near you, with you, or been gone from you for generations, or ancestor, or whether they were with you in another country and didn't make it here. Think of all those people, all those beautiful strength, grace that you've inherited. Anchor yourself in that. That is the truest thing. That is the true, real love story that still exists in our world. I'm grateful that my war ended when I was 9 years old, when the Khmer Rouge were defeated by the Vietnamese, and that I made my way to America. And that when I came to the US, I didn't know anything about America. I was 10, didn't speak any English. And we were told we were going to this place called Vermont, America. For those of you who travel to New England at all, Vermont, America is the coldest place in the whole entire world. And it's also the whitest place in America. There were no people who looked like me. And I had to submit for more diversity. I eventually moved to Maine, the second whitest state in America. But in Vermont, America, I was introduced to a new kind of love. The love of activism, of people who were creating and building peace in their extraordinary lives, doing ordinary things on a daily basis. Now, how cool was that? I came in, I didn't speak English. I was really confused about what this thing called America, this place called America was all about. I learned English. I had difficulty speaking English because there were these things called expressions and idioms. You can learn English, but idioms and expressions are so hard to navigate. And I remember, like, I had such a hard time with expression. The kid in school would say, oh, when they were rushing to get somewhere, they're like, oh, let's go book it. Book it to get somewhere. We're surrounded in Vermont by like deers and doe, and so I thought they meant bucket. So every time we were trying to rush to go to places, I'm like, let's bucket like a deer and get going. That was not what they meant. English is an insane language. But as difficult as it was, I was introduced to one of my first peace builder, a woman by the name of Linda Costello, who came, she was my second grade teacher, who came and took me to this magical, wonderful place called the library. The library. The library is the most magical place in the whole wide universe. And once you discover books, you will never be bored ever again in life. Once you discover books, you can go anywhere. You can be anybody. You can solve mysteries with Nancy Drew. You can like get in fights with like the 12 princesses, or dance in their case. You can travel the world, you know, with the Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy. Once you discover the library, the world is now whatever you want it, dream it to be. Linda, in her peace-building work, introduced me to this. And then after Linda, the Lucentes came by and took me trick-or-treating. Trick-or-treating. Like in America, you get to go around and demand people to give you candy. Like in my Asian culture, we just weren't supposed to do that. But how cool was it? And in their peace-building work, they had to talk my brother into letting me go trick-or-treating, and that it was okay. And then this Alessi showed up and invited us to Thanksgiving dinner. All right, turkey is not all that big deal, right? I don't get it. It's dry, it's turkey, and I really, really don't understand mashed potatoes. I mean, I like French fries, but it was so cool. Then when I went to school the next day, after Thanksgiving, people asked me about the family members and the gatherings, and I didn't have family members to share with people. And then friends and people, some of them were very kind and would listen. These are different ways we can actually also build peace, in addition to writing letters, in addition to joining student groups, in addition to becoming an activist. I'm grateful that I got to work at a domestic violence shelter with my degree in political science and my idealism that I was going to go out and change the world. I was going to go out and create change. I was going to go out and help seal and help heal and support victims of landmines who survived the war, have a chance to survive the peace, who've been hurt by these tiny little weapon systems the size of a hockey puck that when you step on it becomes secondary missiles shooting up your limbs, disintegrating your flesh. I'm happy and thrilled that I got to work for a center where in Cambodia we can produce a prosthetic foot for $25. A leg we can make for about $50. A wheelchair for about $60. And with that little investment, we can help somebody work and walk and go to school for a whole year. Now consider how much the shoes on your feet right now cost. And think about how many pairs of shoes you have in your closet. In the West, we don't often throw away shoes because they're worn out. We throw them out because they're out of style. But if you are an amputee, as the millions of people in the world right now are because of landmines, this tiny little weapon system, if you're an amputee, that one foot would be, prosthetic limb would be what you have, what you wear until it gets worn down, and then you come back. At our center, we've helped over 28,000 individuals, and we've produced and made over 200,000 prosthetic limbs. Those are actual, practical, tangible results of peace building that I've been involved in, that I get to see, I get to witness, and I get to celebrate. And I celebrate the work. In the last class we were talking about, people asked me, how do I stand and believe in the work that we do when so much is going on? The world is chaotic at times, especially now. My war ended when I was 9. I came to the US realizing and understanding that wars do not end because guns have fallen silent. And so the war has followed me in the loud kick of car engine, in the hums, in the song a mother sang to her child in the park. While I was studying for geometry, while I read my books, every single 4th of July, the war comes back to me. When my friends eat hot dogs and hamburgers and anticipate the excitement of the fireworks, I cringe. There's a part of me that's always afraid the war is back. And then I get to stand and I get to be grateful. I do the work because I know this. is not a wish. Peace is not a dream. Peace is not something we desire and wait for our professors, our teachers, our student leaders to deliver it. Peace is something we act upon. Peace is an action. Peace is many, many, many actions. From introducing somebody to the library, to taking them to trick-or-treating, to working on different campaigns to ban landmines or use of child soldiers. Peace is many, many acts, and it has to be done in your most, well, it is most effective when it is done in your most authentic voice. The voice of an actor, dancer, musician, student, mother, sister, community member, leader, writer. Peace can be done in your most beautiful, authentic self. Because when you do this piece, and you do it in a voice that you love, in a voice that is you, in a voice that is real, you keep on doing it. And you anchor it in the things that you love. And so that when the chaos around you swirl, you are not pulled into it. You can anchor yourself in your belief, in your love, in your work, in doing the right thing. And I know this to be real because when I couldn't stand up, when I couldn't speak, when I did not know what peace looked like or believe in its concept, somebody, perhaps somebody just like you, or your parents, or your family members, somebody in your life, we all have people like this in our lives. Somebody else stood up, and their peace work changed me. Their names I won't remember, their faces I will probably never meet, their soul I will probably never get to connect to, but their work absolutely saved me. That peace worker who sent that box of lice medicine to the refugee camp, and I don't know whom, but I thank that person to this day, because after 4 years of living in the stench and filth and itchiness of having lice all over my hair and body, that first day of not having lice, I can tell you that was when I thought there was a heaven. That was when I thought I stood in glory. To not have lice the first time, I still remember it to this day. That person's peace work absolutely changed my life. And we all have this power to be someone else's peace builder and to help someone else find peace. We have this power, all of us. And when we do the work, we show people like me, like many people you see on televisions or read about in the news, in all these different parts of the world, we show these people who hurt so much by man's atrocious acts of inhumanity to man, the best light and love of man's humanity to man. And that is what healed and changed. I'll leave it at that and take questions. Thank you. After the Chimera, was there any particular way I process the trauma of what happened to me, correct? When I first came to the U.S., survival was my job. And really just, first of all, being fed, knowing where your next meal was coming from, and not having lice was a big thing. I remember when I first day of school, we went and the teacher did the wooden thing, and then they found dead eggs, lice in my body, and sent me home, and everybody freaked out. And I was trying to teach kids, like, these are dead lice, because, live lice, you can put them between your fingers and you can punch them. So that was one way of processing. Being safe, being clean, having my physical needs met. Emotional needs wise for me, I wrote in a journal. I started writing in a journal. I didn't know how to speak English for the first year, and then even when I learned to speak English, I did not speak and could not speak because the pain was so much that I was afraid I would never stop crying if I And I also didn't want to be judged. I did not want to be pitied. Pity does not change the world. Pity absolutely does not change the world. We can be allies, but we do not need to pity people. We need to see, and this is why sharing stories is so important. Because when pity felt to me like it was reinforcing the idea I had that my story was a curse. And when traumas happen to people, we often think of ourselves as, for me anyway, that I was cursed. It was a big, big curse that if people knew, they would either stay away from me or judge me as broken, or they would view me as somebody who was not going to contribute to the world. Until I learned to write and learned to take back my story and my power, and to see my story as one of resilience and strength and survival, I could not release myself from that curse. So writing, journaling, getting my work out, telling my story, each time it's a release for me of saying and letting the people know that my past was a circumstance of my life, but it does not predetermine my future. And this is so important for all of us to know that whatever happens in our lives, it is often just a circumstance of life, but it does not predetermine your future. We have the power to rewrite our lives. We have the power to author our life into what it is we need it to be, not just for us, but for our world. We have the power to author our lives to include questions of how do I help myself and heal myself and succeed in my life, but who do I want to be? How do I want to contribute? How do I want to be of service? How do I want to make this place a better place for not just me, but for all of us? And that is, for me, a way to process the trauma so that I could fully be in it and enjoy the world, and not just my world, but the world. My God, that was like the activist in me coming out preaching. Sorry, yes.
What is your absolute favorite memory in America?
Can you speak up?
What is your absolute favorite memory in America?
What is my absolute favorite memory of America? Hot dogs. I know how it's made, I know, but a grilled hot dog with sauerkraut and mustard and a little bit of sriracha sauce, it's just a really good thing. I love hot dogs. Pizza, I can take it, but hot dogs. So, yeah, really fabulous. Yes.
I know that you wrote about your experiences and kind of journaled like when you were in high school. So I was wondering that like for a high school student who's like coping with grief, would that be like, would you recommend that as like a healthy way to like cope?
What I recommend writing in a journal when you're going through things, I recommend that whatever it is you're feeling in life, find your passion, find your talents, find your voice, and listen to the vibration of your heartstrings. So I really think of, especially as a young person, your heart is passionate, your heart is bright, your heart is full all the time, all the feelings, all the emotions. Pay special attention to the cause, to the work that vibrate your heartstring the strongest, and then follow it to its source. Whether it's climate change, whether it's working with children, whether it's working on landmines, whatever it is, find that, and then also listen to your talents. We all have talents, we all have skills. For some it's writing, for others dancing. Dance can be a form of their art, dance, cooking. I have friends who, whenever they go through stuff, they cook meals, beautiful 4-course meals, and I love those friends. I am friends with every one of those friends, who's, when they go through trauma, they cook. And then I get invited to everything, which is really, really awesome. I am not really good friends with people who, when they go through trauma, they go for a long run. Like, leave me out of that group. No exercise, no run, no workout, just cook. So I know I'm dropping names, but like my famous friend Angelina Jolie, she like food. And so when we have things to talk about, we go out a lot. And she being who she is, we get really good food at different restaurants. So I want to be in that friend group. So yeah, whatever it is that is your talent, whether it's dancing, writing, baking, walking, find that voice. You can heal yourself by in your most authentic didn't give it a lot of thought. To be honest, I just chose an easy name that I could remember. It's hard taking a different name. In the U.S., so my professional name is Luong Ung, and so, but in high school, people call me Lulu. And because my last name is Ung, and so L-U-L-U, so I went by Lulu. And it was easy, but during the war, it was really hard choosing a name to become somebody else. So I chose a name that would just
We could not do this without them. Thank you to the English department, my wonderful colleagues, and specifically Gina Eng and Russ Anderson, and all those that did the immense amount of work behind the scenes. Thank you to all of our presenters, and thank you to you all, awesome audience members. Who's been here every day this week? Yes? Yes, awesome. So let's end on a high note. We have 8 fabulous student presenters, and we are going to start off with Ishan. Let's give it up for Ishan.
First off, a shout out to Miss Fidella's 6th period lit class. Alright, I wrote this like a year ago and then like neglected it for a while, so. In my household, we don't communicate through speech, at least not meaningfully. The tough conversations happen through the prospect of food. My father's bowls of cut fruit signify apology, tainted by the remnant of onion from Eve's knife. The familiar sweetness of an apple, annotated by unexpected acidity, has been enough to heal the deepest cuts. I know what each slice says, what words can't. Every meal reveals an unsung qualm, expressed through a lychee and chavo, understood only to those looking or tasting for it. This fascinated me. I learned to comprehend this unspoken language and wished to know how to speak it back. It was through this that I learned that cuisine is hardly about food. It's art, love, time, patience, resilience. I saw these traits form the pillars of my mother, who exists in our kitchen as if it were her second home. Despite its position within our suburban house, it feels like its own space, one I immensely wanted to become a part of. I grew up seeing my mom create symphonies with her preparation. Percussive cuts laid down the foundation of her piece, steady and sure, then entered in the strings, onion sizzling. Harmonies were composed of our pressure cooker's whistle in tandem with Hindi conversation. I was enamored by the music, and masala chai was thus my first lesson in this language. I fell in love watching the tea spread, as if the leaves and the water were soulmates, bubbling and changing in unison, transforming together into a beautiful amber indicative of the perfect chai. 3 times, my mom told me, let it boil 3 times and it will be ready. I wanted nothing more than to meet my mother's expectations. Attentively pouring the milk in, I watched the amber become silky tan. Then a bubble appeared, then 2, then 3, until a tranquil river of liquid led to roaring rapids. I got scared, and before I could turn the knob through the long trek to off, these rapids gave way to a waterfall, and my chai spilled over. Although clearly annoyed by the malai now stuck to the bottom of her stove, my mom reassured me, that was just your first attempt, try again. And so I did, but this time more wary. I wanted nothing less than to deter my mom from future lessons such as these. So I returned the gas to medium, more prepared to react. The familiar pattern returned. 1 bubble, 2, 3, then nothing. Before the chai could boil, I preemptively stopped the gas. I failed again, but this time not in any sort of material way, but in spirit. Try again. 3rd time's the charm. I could tell that the irritation was in fact replaced by disappointment. Although her maternal smile never wavered, I saw her eyebrows sink, her eyes darken. My fear from the last attempt now dissolved into determination. The chai grew and grew. I watched as the speckled bubbles rose. Right when the last bubble burst, about to spill over, I relinquished the stove's flame, and all was good. With each boil, I not only became better acquainted with the tea, but also with its significance. Before letting too much heat escape the pot, my mom grabbed 2 mugs, number 1 dad written on one, and nothing on the other. She carefully positioned the chai through the strainer into each mug, methodically alternating between each, ensuring balance. While this is the process she taught me, I always noticed she gave my dad a tiny bit more. Aja Janu, the chai is ready, she called. Janu, she said. Such a beautiful word, and also one of the only I could understand. My life, she named him. Their chai-tai conversations were never anything too exciting. I'd hear something about cricket, a family member's upcoming birthday, or a politician's blunder. Until that day, these meant nothing to me, just ways to pass the time until my parents' cups were empty or cold. But after experiencing part of the process, I saw their relationship through a new lens. I could see what this meant to them, how despite never hearing them say, I love you, they relished their evening chai in a way that transcended what those 3 words could accomplish. Each sip was the choice of another moment spent together. They needed no words. Their love had thickened and calmed to perfection over time like the chai they sipped
When words fail, chai doesn't. In the aromatic air that passes between my parents lies a silence more meaningful than noise. The truth that the deepest connections aren't spoken, but simply felt. Next up, we have Amelia.
Hello, I would first like to shout out my sixth period speech class. I will be presenting my college essay, which I titled Collecting Memories. In this world, there are different types of collectors, each person drawn to objects that spark interest and hold value. Some people collect seashells from beaches, others buttons or photographs. I do not fit into any category, as there is no specific medium through which I collect memories. I store memories in many ways: a box, stickers on my water bottle, and even the scars on my body. Each of these serve as a reminder of the adventures I have had and lessons learned. My memory box is stuffed to the brim with cherished knickknacks. It holds letters from friends and family that remind me of the love and support I have received throughout my life. It also holds wristbands from memorable trips I have been on, each marked with a date and special note. The most significant item is my OSB, Operation Snowball necklaces, which are a reminder of the importance of vulnerability. This one-day event organized by my school has taught me to open up to others and has created lasting friendships through icebreakers and heartfelt sharing. My favorite moment is called Angels, where some people are sitting, keeping their eyes closed, while others express appreciation to those who've impacted us by tapping them on their backs. Since my memory box is overflowing and I need to make room for future memories, I plan to buy a bigger box instead of parting with the things I held dear. My water bottle is covered in stickers that represent my journey. The first sticker is a Yeti sticker from a youth camp, which reminds me of the fun and friendships made during a messy ice cream sundae competition. It reminds me of the time I rolled around half-melted ice cream, chocolate sauce, sprinkles, and whipped cream, and cherries, and became close friends with a girl who was also daring enough to do such an activity. We became practically inseparable after that, which proved that taking risks and stepping out of your comfort zone can create some of the best memories and friendships. My Tatsy sticker represents my Polish roots and my time in Polish Scouts. I am a group leader for younger kids, which has taught me how to be organized and prepare weekly meetings and activities. As a member of the teenage group, I have faced my own personal challenges. A grueling 5-day backpacking trip taught me determination and perseverance. My favorite sticker is a shark sticker that reflects my passion for biology, a field I am eager to pursue in college in order to help marine animals affected by human activity. My scars, although painful when acquired, also tell stories. My first scar, a white line on my lip, is from childhood fall, a mark that started a long history of clumsiness. Whenever people ask me what happened, I gladly indulge them in a story of 3-year-old me running around like crazy, tripping over a toy and quickly learning a lesson. Soccer, another source of many little scars, is crucial to my identity. I have faced physical challenges and gathered many turf burns as a goalie, but each time I overcame them and became more confident. These scars remind me of some of my favorite memories, even though painful at first. As my collection grows, I know I will eventually need to renew my memory box or water bottle. I am excited for those new adventures that await me, for the next steps in life, and the new people I will meet. I will have all the memories I have collected to date to remind me that stepping outside my comfort zone, taking risks, and embracing vulnerability has shaped me into who I am today. My current collection of memories will continue to guide me as I start new adventures. Thank you. Next up is John.
My name is John, and shout out to Miss Whiting's 6th period English class.
watching TV, practicing viola, drawing, or procrastinating on those last two things. I also have as much confidence stepping into school each day as a mouse stepping into a room full of cats. As such, you can imagine how I reacted to the quite pleasant experience of being shoved into the middle of a mosh pit against my will. In September, I had the chance to visit old friends at a school's dance/rave whose name I dare not mention, but does start with a P and end with Alatine. In my defense, the friends I had at the time here were not going, and considering I only really knew about 4 people since I was a little baby freshman that just moved here, I chose the traitor option rather than the wall. Please don't throw any tomatoes at me just yet. Feel free to when I am done. Shuffling across the check-in line, I thought I did a pretty good job of most definitely not being intimidated by all of these people that were 100% my classmates. However, I soon learned that meeting up with friends that you haven't seen for a bajillion years, fine 3 months, surprisingly does wonders for one's confidence level. While the majority of the people were clustered around the DJ stand, pinballing off each other and shouting lyrics to Kendrick Lamar and Sabrina Carpenter, I was running around the football field like a madman, talking to anyone I knew who had the misfortune to pass into my line of sight. Then, the terminally online Discord-dwelling friend group invited me to the mosh pit. Yes, this somehow happened. Why? I asked. You know, I'd rather show my parents my search history than mosh. I'll let you all decide for yourself whether I actually said that or not. Come on, Johnny, an individual we collectively named Broad Bear said. For clarification, I do not, nor have I ever gone by the name Johnny. It'll be fun, and you'll have Sigma Riz. It was at that moment that I deeply reconsidered the majority of my life decisions. Nope, no way. I am absolutely not going with you guys in there. We'll leak the screenshots if you don't. I promptly made my way with them to the edge of the mosh pit. 2 feet away from me was a horde of high schoolers yelling the words to generic pop song trademark, with the bass from the speakers hammering away at any wit I may have had left. I am not going in there. Come on, you guys are stupid and all, but this has to take the cake, I protested. No, John, a person going by the name Johnswood replied. You're coming with us. I attempted to shove my way past him, and that was the moment that audacious little prick decided to grab me by the shoulders and barrel me straight into the crowd. I then squealed every swear word I could dredge up from my brain at him, as well as some quite unbecoming things for the aspiring, nonchalant freshman that I was aspiring to be, like, stop it, and please, no, what are you doing? I desperately tried to escape, but I was unceremoniously shoved into walls of dress shirts and gowns. When I finally stopped mowing people down like a haywire tractor, I saw that imbecile moshing, as if he didn't just shove poor, shy, little old me into the center of my worst nightmare. As much as I wanted to give the buffoon a diplomatic kick in the pants, I more reluctantly started to jump up and down as if possessed, and yell lyrics to songs I most definitely did not know said lyrics to. I didn't realize it until after the fact, but terrifyingly enough, I was also having fun. To me, high school is one big, slow mosh pit. Granted, we are sitting in desks for like 90% of it, and everybody wants to just get out and go home, like I'm sure all of you are, seeing as it's 6th period on a Friday. But it's a mosh pit nonetheless, and while I'm certainly not throwing myself headfirst into it every day, sometimes it's not so bad saying, why not? And jumping in every once in a while. Thank you. Next, we have pre-show.
Hello everyone, my name is Prisha. Hello. A few months ago, my friend told me that I was confident and I was like WTH. Like, yeah, I've been working on my confidence, but I thought I still had a lot of work to do before I could consider myself that way.
these are only ideas, obviously. This will scare you. Confidence isn't about feeling comfortable. It's about feeling scared and pushing on anyway. If you find yourself chickening out when the time comes, you're doing it right. I'd advise first defining what's outside of your comfort zone before the day starts. And then imagine doing that thing in your head and start visualizing all the good outcomes that could come from it until you start getting excited about getting out of your comfort zone, like riding a bike for the first time. You'll realize that most of these things can't hurt you. But what about when things go wrong? Look on the bright side. In other words, be optimistic. My friends in this audience know that this is my favorite point, and I follow this an annoyingly insane amount. But optimism doesn't mean be delusional and think that everything will always go well. Instead, it means acknowledging that even though something sucks, it needs to happen for you to be successful. This is my process. I let myself cry or scream for 5 minutes, write down my unfiltered thoughts, and then I focus on fixing the problem, or if that's out of my control, what I learned from it. Viewing failures as terrible things and worrying about them is a waste of time. Like, do babies give up trying to walk because they were fixating on how they felt? No. Instead, they try, fail, and suffer a little bit. But then they eventually learn what doesn't work, and they learn to walk. They don't overthink it. So now you're like, okay, mistakes are good, but what if other people make fun of me? Glad you asked. We turn to the most annoying quote of them all. Be yourself. Like, what does be yourself even mean? I am myself. I used to make the mistake of thinking that, when in reality, I was just being a people pleaser. I responded in a way that made others like me because I was afraid of conflict. And I adopted that as my personality. However, truly being yourself means realizing that other people's opinions of you don't matter. That in itself is challenging. We're high schoolers in high school. Gossip spreads like wildfire, and even some of our parents care what other people think. So how do we overcome that? Lucky for you guys, there's always a way. You can start going on solo dates, which is literally just hanging out with yourself. It sounds lame, but this helps you learn what you like and enjoy without the pressure of other people around. Then you can start small. When someone says something that you disagree with, don't validate them, either by staying silent, changing the conversation topic, or just politely disagreeing. And most importantly, laugh at people when they do make fun of you, because it's funny that they care. So if you're gonna get anything from this entire talk, it's 1, do scary things, expect to mess up. 2, that failure is necessary. And 3, what other people think about you is irrelevant. Because at some point, you'll be up here, and they'll still be down there, jealous of your happiness. Here's a bonus takeaway. These changes don't happen instantly. I'm still not 100% as confident as I want to be, but I'm taking my own advice, and I feel more amazing every day. Next up is Anand.
Hi, shout out to Mrs. Eng's 6th period AP Lang class. Okay, I call this piece the flower of the mind. The mind is like a flower, with each petal representing a piece of one's identity. One petal is for knowledge, one for self-confidence, one for contentment, and one for purpose. Each and every petal is an integral part of who a person is, who I am. Growing up, the flower of my mind has flourished. Each petal grew in such a way as to keep the flower balanced, so it wouldn't tip over and collapse into a chasm. But soon, the petals of the flower would start to cripple away because of a villain. Who is that villain? It's myself. I'm the villain. More specifically, it's the part of myself that I've locked away my whole life building up its power and ready to unleash its fury. We all have a voice, guiding us through life. Some of us have two voices, an angel and devil. The angel's positivity tries to fight and win over the mind, guarding the flower and imprisoning the devil in madness and sorrow in a deep, dark corner, never to be revealed. But the longer that the devil is in prison, the more the madness grows. But my devil escape is starting with a small play on negativity, asking me the what ifs, such as what if you don't do well on your math test, or what if you tell a joke that accidentally insults your friend. This small flame was easily extinguished by the angel. As time went on, however, that flame grew bigger and bigger, slowly surpassing the guardian angel and burning away parts of each petal of the flower. As the petals burn, the angel grows weaker and weaker while the devil only gets stronger. The devil starts to convince the mind of all of its faults. Those words only make the fire stronger and burn each petal away faster. You aren't smart enough, you just failed your physics test, the devil screams, and the petal of knowledge ignites. Nobody likes you, people only hang out with you to use you. They won't talk to you again after they get what they want. The petal of self-confidence goes ablaze. Stop hiding behind the mask of a smile. Stop pretending that you're happy all the time when you're not. The petal of contentment falls in ashes. You wake up, go to school, come home, do your homework, and go to sleep. Every single day. What's the point? The petal of purpose incinerates. One by one, each petal of the flower is burned to ashes until there is nothing but the stem left. The stem holds on for as long as it can, trying to hold oneself together so that one would not break. However, it hopelessly sits in its place, waiting to be destroyed because its protector, the angel, is all complete. The stem is then destroyed, and all that is left is nothing. The angel disappears as there is nothing left to guard. Having torn apart every piece of one's identity, the devil is victorious. We all have a voice. That voice may be in the form of both an angel and a devil. If it is, the devil's fire should not be ignited over each petal of the flower. The angel should never grow weak. The angel should fight and win. It should never stop working to diminish the flame that keeps the devil's fire kindling. The petals should never be reduced into ashes. We should always have our identity and always be proud of who we are. We can't let the wrong part of our minds tell us otherwise. My mind is like a flower, with each petal representing a piece of my identity. My angel is constantly fighting the evilness that looms over my flower with the lighter in hand. Every day I fight. I fight that part of my brain telling me that I have no purpose or that I can't do anything right. I hang on to hope that the angel comes out triumphant, and I trust that it will. I will not let my flower be destroyed by evil and darkness. I cannot let the angel grow weak yet again, and I will not let the devil be triumphant. None of us should allow our flowers to be in the hands of our own evils. We should all have trust that the flowers of our minds are invincible. Because who are we if our flowers are destroyed? Who are we without any of our petals left? Thank you. Next up is Ria.
Hi, my name is Roya, and before I begin, I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Fudala's 6th period AP Lit class. And I also want to give a shout out to my other English teacher this semester, Mrs. Kohler, for coming here on her lunch break. Okay, today I'm going to be sharing a personal narrative that I originally was going to write as a college essay, but then I completely discarded, and then I completely transformed into a Writer's Week piece. Okay. I'm probably the most talkative person you will encounter. Just by my daily interactions with those around me, I would be able to convince anyone that I am an extremely outgoing, flamboyant, and extroverted person. People at school know me as the girl that is always posting on TikTok. I have posted thousands of videos on TikTok, and quite a few have gotten hundreds of shares, which I would assume to be mostly from classmates. I also live stream on TikTok as a side hustle, which my classmates tend to join. I've gotten both nice comments on TikTok as well as not so nice ones. Strangely, people will point out things about me that I didn't even remember about myself, like something I did in 7th grade gym class, or an Instagram story I posted freshman year.
I remember a couple months ago in one of my classes, I was talking to an acquaintance about how 99% of people in our grade don't really know me. And they responded that everybody knows me, especially through social media. This made me think about that time sophomore year when I saw girls in the hallway pointing at me, saying they recognized me from TikTok. Or when I tried introducing myself to a girl at a football game, to which she responded that she knew who I was because people talk about me. Continuously posting on TikTok and being known for it has publicized my life, but hey, at least I make money from it. Okay, enough about TikTok. Here's something else that I am well known for, talking up a storm in class. Every year at Fremd, there was at least one class where I would continuously talk no matter who it was to, and usually pretty loudly. Freshman year, it was Mrs. Flores' biology class. Sophomore year, it was Mrs. Zinger's chemistry class. Junior year, it was Mr. Dawson's AP Lane class. And now senior year, it was Mrs. Moreno's speech class last semester. At least in that class, I was encouraged to use my voice, or else I would literally fail the class. Looking back, I'm surprised I never got in trouble for never shutting up. Maybe my participation made up for it. To be honest, my lighthearted personality keeps me going. I've always had a fake it till you make it mindset that has helped make the most boring classes seem fun. I, however, wasn't always very lively and prominent with my words. I remember one instance back in elementary school when my second grade teacher called my mom to tell her how shy I really was. I stayed in my comfort zone and had trouble opening up to peers. And while every other kid played outside for recess, I like to read novels alone. Recently, I got to see my second grade teacher again since I started to work in the aftercare program at that elementary school. She told me that I totally changed in the past 10 years, not just physically, but my whole personality transformed with confidence. I bet she would have never expected that I would work at that school, considering I dreaded being a student there. But seeing the beam on her face made me realize that being fearless on a daily basis is something that I should be proud of myself for. So to put it together, I have learned throughout the years to embrace my voice and my personality, whether it's every day at school, or on social media, or in various other settings. I'm grateful for my boldness because it's such a big part of who I am and my personality. And honestly, I fear apathy, which is a lack of passion. But I do also enjoy a quiet life. My favorite hobbies include solving crossword puzzles, reading books, writing poems, and journaling. I never go to school events like games or dances because they scare me. Also, most of the time most of the music I listen to is quiet, like Radiohead or Taylor Swift's Evermore album. Undeniably though, I will always love to talk and share my perspective of the world. Thank you. Next up is Yana.
Hey y'all. So before I start, I want to shout out to Mr. Manuel's sixth grade English class. And to whoever's about to clip me doing this, watch yourself. Alright. If you've ever heard the term, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again, that's what this poem is written after. Well, here I am, walking through my hall of memories. I see my memories play out in snippets on the walls. My first time meeting my brother, my first time riding a bike, my first time reading a book, my first time, all these first times, but where are the times that I'm looking for? I sprint down the corridor, head swiveling left and right. They're gone. At the end, there's a door. I open it. Ah, here they are. The second times, the third times, and the fourth times. The times when I thought all was lost, but I dried my eyes and kept going. The times when nothing makes sense the third time around, but I found a way to do it fourth. The times when quitting seemed so easy. The times I was scared my brother wouldn't like me, but also the times we had together that made him my best friend. The times I fell off my bike, but also the times I brushed off my knees and got back on it again. The times I couldn't read the words on the page, but also the times when I was reading my poems on stage. These times are what would make me, me. These times are the things that make first times are just the introductions to stories that last lifetimes. The last times are the bittersweet endings to our lives. I guess what I'm trying to say is this. Don't let the first times control your life. Look past them to see the things that are bigger and better. Look past them to see the second and third times, the times that count. Look past them and see your future self, congratulating you for making it this far. Look past and see you. Thank you. Next up is Estelle.
Shout out to 6th Hour Fudala. I'm going to be presenting a short story I wrote called Arya Cheng and the Magic Violin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the legendary 12-year-old violin prodigy, Arya Cheng. The room erupted with applause as a lone Chinese girl holding a violin emerged from velvet curtains. She stood at the center of the Technicolor set, dwarfed by mid-century decor and the backdrop of the Los Angeles night sky, blinking away dandruffs of television light from her eyelashes. Under the heat of the faceless audience, she was a museum exhibition encased in glass. A shadow fell over her, and she looked up to see a white man with pale blonde hair and a tailored tweed suit. He touched her shoulder and smiled with his unnaturally white teeth. Most musical prodigies are certainly gifted at their instrument, but you, miss, possess a gift unlike any other. The crowd was still. Whenever she plays the violin, everyone listening to her music is touched, healed. Twisted ankles, broken bones, hemorrhages, inflammations, coughing fits, cholera, tuberculosis, heartaches, and depressions, all cured, all fixed, all healed. Arya can do it all, and she can do more. A thunder of applause rumbled the seats. Arya bowed. And what will you be playing for us tonight? I will be playing an excerpt of the first movement of Jean Sibelius' violin concerto in D minor in honor of my father. He was a violinist before a car accident took away his ability to play. And your magic couldn't help him. Arya smiled sadly. No, he was the only one I couldn't help. Now to everyone in the seats or at home, close your eyes, open your ears, and let the magic of music soothe your souls. She closed her eyes. Straighten up, Allah hissed. Relax your shoulders. Tension is the enemy of sound. Everyone in this room was waiting. Baba was waiting, expecting her to be perfect or close to perfect, expecting her to save them from their suffering, their pain. They needed her the same way they needed a savior or a saint. Just one small, minuscule mistake, a flat note, a tie held too long, a forte too soft, a piano too strong, and the music's power would falter. That was perhaps as scary as the call. Relax, relax. She heard every pulse in her veins, roaring in her ears like a typhoon. She pictured a flood coming toward her, and oddly the sight of its inevitability comforted her. If the waters filled her shoes, soaked her rod that attracted the powers above and brought them down to earth in the fleeting moments of a storm. When she wasn't playing, she was forgotten. Because who was Arya Cheng without her violin? Tension is the enemy of sound. Then she released the grip of her upheld wrist, and her bow fell gently, like a feather from the sky. Her left arm fell, then came the clean splinter of wood, like the breaking of a water's surface. Then at last, she could breathe. Thank you.
Hello again. I had an extra poem. I named it Travel. I want to see the whole world, want to experience new cultures, new music, new food, new languages, new cities. I want to go to places where the people don't know my name, to places I've only seen in movies. And I'm in love with the cities I've never been to, and people I've never met. I want my feet to be dirty, my hair messy, and my eyes sparkling. I want to know what's beyond. I want to hear the trees sing, the water, the wind whistle, and the rivers cry. I want to be rich, rich in memories. Thank you.
Yellow, an oft neglected color, too bright, too happy, too loud, too unsanitary. Disease, disdain, discontent. The stain we Chinese bear from decades of peril and paranoia, xenophobia and racism, the color white faces wear when they want to be us. But my family name, Wong, comes from Wong Sik, the color of gold, goldfinches, goldenrods, and marigolds and goldworks. And my nickname, Seoul, comes from the rays of the sun, of emperors and crowns, of brick roads and lamp streets, of sunflowers and daisies. Yellow is not a fragile color. It is the omen of thunderstorms, the robes of royalty, the feathers of a phoenix's fortune. But yellow can be gentle too. It is a flicker of birthday candles and the glimmer of far-off stars and the blossoming of dandelions. If you asked me, what color would I be? I would say my answer with pride. Thank you.
Okay, so this is actually dedicated to someone in here that got me into writing and really showed me what it is. So let's hope. As I walk in, I give my teacher a high five. I laugh as I listen to his corny little dad jokes before we get started. The lesson for today: journalism is the truth. Journalism is fact. Journalism has no room for bias. Journalism is what people will read but don't want to hear. They curl up in corners with their newspapers, reading about the hard truth. Some tragic story of a man that lived in their neighborhood. Then they wad up the paper and throw it away. Journalism is what I was taught I could rely on. My teacher asked us about the main components of writing a story. Nearness, yada, yada, yada. Y'all, I passed the final, calm down. But my eyes lock on one word: fact. There is no room in error for a story. There is no room for error in a story, and that's why I'm writing facts about a teacher who accepts everything and everyone. Always greets you with a smile and always cares. Dear Mr. Dawson, thank you for making my journalism class the one where I could truly be my full of error self. And thank you for not attacking me with a journalism stick anymore. Thank you.
Okay, I wrote this for my lit class. We had to write about New Year's, and it's about this like psychiatrist thing where they give you like a blotch of ink, and like you have to say what it looks like, and it tells you if you're like schizophrenic or something. Anyway, The new year is like a Rorschach test. I hurriedly jot down my dreams, my vague goals that will never happen. With spilt ink, I spend the next months deciphering and reading and stretching, but never doing. And I see my words like blotches of moths flying from the page, or a mirror that shows me how little I've changed. But in the end, the words I wrote still inhabit my paper, as do I.
Let's give one more round of applause to all of them. It takes a lot of courage not just to write, but to also then submit and choose to be a part of Writers Week and read before all of you. So thank you all for being a great audience. Thank you again to our readers. We are out of here. All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you, everyone.
Your name? Yeah, what's yours? Emma. Thank you.
I'm a sophomore.
So nice job. Oh, she has to go to math. Oh, stay here, Emma. Emma's like, okay. Write me a pass. Okay, you guys, welcome back to 7th period of our last day of Writers Week. Give it up. What an amazing week it's been. We have some people to thank. Turn around and thank Tech Crew because they've done an amazing job. Thank Mrs. Zink and Mr. Anderson. Just really loud, just say thank you. Thank your English teachers. Thank you. So much work goes into making this week happen. The whole year. It's not just a month before type of thing. It's the whole year. Thank your booster parents when you get home. Okay? And you guys have been an amazing, amazing audience. So great job to you guys. So we've approached the last few periods, and we are lucky to get to listen to Nathan Graham, our final guest, because he's performing 8th Hour also, a Chicago native. Graham blends the raw energy of Southside blues with the heart of Nashville. He got his start backing blues singers at iconic venues like Buddy Guy's Legends and Kingston Mines in the city. After a decade as a backup, he stepped up to the mic to share his own stories and music on stage. Having taken his music on international tours alongside both major label and independent artists, Graham is redefining what it means to be a singer-songwriter. By fostering inclusivity within the genre, he aims to create a deeper sense of connection and understanding. In his words, I'm writing about experiences that resonate with everyone. My music is a bridge between my story and yours, highlighting our shared humanity, hopefully making us both feel a little less alone. Please give a warm Fremd welcome to Nathan.
Before we start, like Emma, that was dope. I don't know if she's still here, but she's gonna do that next period with me. That'll be awesome. school at 8 a.m. and I'd be like sleeping through math class. But it was like the kids didn't really know like what I was doing. They were like, "Oh my God, like what did you do?" I was at a smoking blues club until like 2 in the morning last night. It was dope. But don't do that. You don't have to do that at all. Let's talk about blues. I'll do a. stage through. She was writing what she wanted to write about, and just in her life. You know, I think she had this quote. She said, "Freedom means to me that of having no fear at all." You know, so and especially right now, I know there's a lot of fear that's kind of permeating the country. I think that just hearing that, not having fear and feeling free, that's a huge sentiment. So I'm gonna do this song that she covered, and I think she did it justice. So this is our show release. Everything can be replaced, but every distance is not me. But I remember every face of every man who put me here. I see my light come shining from the west down to the east. Any day now, any day now, I shall be relieved. Serenade protection, but every man must fall. It's where I see my reflection, somewhere beyond the wall. I see my light come shining from the west down to the east. Any day now, any day now, I shall be relieved. And see my light come shining from the west down to the east. Any day now, any day now, I shall be relieved. Anybody got any questions about songwriting or touring? No, you don't. Shakespeare didn't rhyme a lot of stuff. And do it in a way that it comes out like correct rhythmically, it works every time. But no, you don't have to rhyme words at all.
What's your process for songwriting?
So I go in my room and I stare at the wall like this for like several hours. And typically I have a guitar in my hand and I'm just kind of like strumming chords. And then what I'll do, it's kind of changed a lot. So it's like a lot of times what I'll do now is I'll start playing like a chord progression or anything like this. And then I'll kind of come up with like sort of like a stanza or a phrase or even just like a melody line, and I just kind of keep humming that until like words kind of form. You know, so for instance, it was like this new song that I was writing is called "Make Me No King." I had this chord progression. I just had this for days. And all I could think was, that's all I could think of. And then finally it came out with, maybe no king, I'll let you down. And I kept repeating that over and over and over again. And finally I had like more lyrics and an actual verse. So it's kind of tedious, you know, to be honest. Yeah.
Can you play the whole thing a runaway?
The whole thing of Runaway? I could, but I don't think the lyrics would be okay for me to say in high school. But yes, I could. Yeah.
We have two questions.
Mhm.
First, you could always play Runaway like instrumental.
That's true.
And then, yeah, I'll just say the appropriate words. And also, second, what brought you to Writers Week?
What brought me to Writers Week? No, I think Russell reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me? I can't remember why you reached out to me.
You knew Mike Mamone.
Mike Maloney, that's right, yeah. So there was a songwriter named Mike Maloney who did this, and I guess Mike recommended me.
Yep.
And I thought this was just like a cool thing, because like my high school didn't really have anything like this. You know, it's like I had to go to, so I went to Columbia College in Chicago, and it's a really great school because everybody that's actually teaching there, they're not just doing it in theory, they're doing it in practice. So it's like one of my favorite guys, Nick Tremulous, he's a songwriter, singer that's still very active in Chicago. I remember he would be my professor from like, 10 to 2, and then I'd go and play a blues club with him like, from like 9 to 12, So I would actually get on, in-hand experience of what he was doing. So then when he said like, hey, we have musicians that come and, writers and people that come and actually do this thing, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, I would love to be a part of that. Especially, if you want to get into a creative career, this is great. So, oh, you first.
What inspires you and what do you write most of your songs about?
Stuff I see, like like the song I was just talking about, "Make Me No King." It was a lot of. I feel as if we try to make celebrities into these infallible sort of figures, and then when they do something wrong, it's devastating and crushing. But we have to remember that those are just people. They just have a really cool career. And like there's a lot of love, a lot of heartbreak, friendships. Everything, like life, if you just, most of writing is just living your life, so, yeah. Somebody over here?
How do you get signed by a record label?
I'll give you the PG answer. Sorry. Just kidding. I'm just joking. No. So essentially, what has to happen is that there's a you have, don't. Oh, see now I started something like that. No. Essentially, what happens is that you don't really know that you're going to get signed by a record label. It's more. So it's like if you, and y'all are light years ahead of what we've up, like I'm 35 years old. So y'all know, TikTok metrics, Spotify metrics, Instagram metrics way better than we do. And I had to like play catch up with all that stuff. So if you can know how to kind of game that system and manipulate that sort of algorithm and all that stuff, a lot of times record labels will look at those numbers way quicker than anything else. I came in sort of this weird time where it was like A&R people, they would come out to your shows and they'd watch you play and they kind of make a decision based off of how you played. It's kind of not like that anymore. A lot of it is, they'll translate, TikTok or Spotify or whatever kind of to record sales, which does sometimes work and doesn't work all the time. But a lot of it is just kind of waiting for that perfect moment of, okay, I'm making enough money and I'm causing enough of a buzz that a record label would be interested in what I'm doing, and a lot of times they'll just come to you. That second one, you can kind of go to them and be like, hey, check this out. I got this many numbers. I sold this many albums. I got this thing. This is how I can be kind of helpful to your company and helpful to your bottom line. But honestly, y'all don't really, your generation doesn't really need record labels. Especially if you're doing anything in like hip hop, pop, country music, anything like that. Y'all don't really need record labels. Like, they need y'all more than you need them, to be honest. So it's like, work on metrics, work on songwriting, and you can make all the money yourself, and you can walk away with the whole pie instead of split. Standard record contract, this is a little long, but standard record contract is how much do y'all think a standard record contract is? Like somebody were to give you a record contract, what do y'all think that would be? 2 years? Okay, yeah, that's about right. But how much, like if you sell records, how much money do you think you're gonna get from that record sale? What is it? $30? Okay. Like if I did a split, like it's a pie of 100%, right? What do you think you're gonna get? What? 30-70? It's more like 90-10. 90 goes to record label, 10 goes to you. So, you're a lot of times you're working. If you've never gone back and listened to like Prince or like Belle Biv DeVoe, anybody like that? Yeah, there you go, cool. Oh, y'all are cool, I like y'all. If you ever go back and listen to those people, they'll tell you about like their record labels that they were in, the record deals that they were in. It was really hard for them to make money. So, and it's still kind of like that a lot of times, and it's even harder now because you're not equating it to actual physical record sales. You're equating it to streams. So, and I don't know whose bright idea it was to like look at a penny and say like I can break down a penny in 3 or 4 different ways. But honestly, like Chuck Berry, like take an artist like Chuck Berry, he figured out that he was getting half a penny for each song. What's half a penny? Right? It's not a lot. So now it's even worse. Now you're getting a third of a penny for each stream. You know that song Happy? That Pharrell song Happy? Y'all heard that everywhere, right? How much do you think he got for his first check? He got 10 grand for his first check. Right? Record label took most of that. So if you have the wherewithal and the means to like create your own music, record your own music, do all that stuff, learn how to do it now when your mind's still kind of fertile and you got time and energy to do it, and just put it out yourself. TuneCore is there. You can upload stuff directly to Spotify a lot of times now, so it's like just do it yourself, and take the whole pie. So yeah. Anybody else? Yeah. Any. For me, it's right in that sweet spot of my voice. And then on top of that, like when it comes to soloing, I got all this. I got the whole it depends on the song. Sometimes I'll write a song in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Sometimes it'll take me months. It kind of depends on, like a song is kind of like a living, breathing sort of organism, right? So sometimes it's like you start writing and you just can't stop and you get it all out in one day. And then other times it's like the song is, there's a book actually that's really good for this. It's called Big Magic. And if you ever get a chance to read it, but read that book. It's the same woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love, and she talks about how like different. There's a anecdote with what's his name? Can't remember his name. Doesn't matter. But they talk about how long it takes for a song to kind of form into a fully fleshed out thing, and it's not really you can't really put a timeline on it. It's you just kind of gotta let the song kind of tell you what it needs and what it wants. So it's kind of a hippie answer, but that's the truth. Yeah.
Right side.
Yeah. Over here. Yeah. Yeah.
Two questions. How did you get into playing guitar like when you were younger? And it's kind of random. I like asking guitar players this, but are you really good at Guitar Hero?
I'm not good at Guitar Hero. I've never really been good at video games, period. And I started playing guitar when I was 13. Yeah. But,
Do you have any advice on how to start getting paid?
yeah. Well, how old are you first of all? 18. Okay. So you can get. There's a lot of ways you can get into. Email. Shoot them an email. Shoot them a message on Instagram and just be like, hey, I'm trying to do this thing, and here's some music. Always kind of follow. The best way to do it is kind of to make sure they have to answer you in a way. So it's like if you give them music to listen to, you tell them what you want to do, and a lot of times what a lot of places will want is that they'll want a fully fleshed out bill. So if you have any more like bands or artists that will kind of play a night with you, that's always good. Like ask the artist first, and just be like, hey, I'm trying to put this bill together at blah 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 spot, and you go to the yeah. It's kind of cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'll play my favorite song. What's that? What's that say? Spend all of my time
Eighth hour. This is the final 8th hour of Writers Week 31. Welcome. Yeah, clap it up for that. While it's always sad that Writers Week comes to an end, the good news is that you get to go out the right way with an amazing artist. Before we get to our next artist, a quick thank you to the organizers of Writers Week, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Inc., who put the whole thing together. Clap it up for them. And again, of course, all sorts of great people, administrators, your parents, boosters, and clap it up for yourselves as well for being an amazing artist. Nathan Graham is an artist whose work isn't simply heard, but felt. Hailing from Chicago, Nathan's voice is a rich mixture of rock and blues, powered by a profound respect for the blues heritage and a drive to carve out a path that is his own. For years, Nathan earned a reputation as an elite guitarist, backing legendary performers at Kingston Mines and Buddy Guy's Legends. But his warm, truthful, and rich voice speaks for itself, erupting in the spotlight as a singer-songwriter. He introduces an original voice blending raw emotion with poetic language. His debut record, Saint of Second Chances, released in 2023, is a dedication to determination, self-discovery, and redemption. With its songs of love, loss, and searching for oneself, Nathan's music reaches out and touches hearts at a deep, intimate level. His stage presence is hypnotic, a singer whose every performance tells a story, inviting people to feel, to remember, and to believe in second chances. If you haven't yet heard Nathan Graham's music, get ready, because here he comes. Please help me in welcoming Nathan Graham.
Actually, that was awesome. I love the fact that people are still playing real instruments and keep doing this. Oh man, perfect. blues lyrics, and blues lyrics are just very repetitive. So I was just kind of like, well, I don't really like that, but I like the sound of how they're doing it. So I'll just take what they're doing vocally and just pair it with what I want to do. So that's how I kind of became a singer. But I'm gonna do a blues song. Anybody got any questions about touring, writing? Okay, yeah.
How old were you when you started playing and performing?
I was 13 when I started playing, and I was 15 when I started performing. Yeah. Yep.
What determines your style musically?
Ooh, a lot of factors. I think it's kind of like what you first listen to. So the first time I ever heard like guitar the way that I play it was like Ron Isley from the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix. So it's like they all did this sort of like they all did that they all kind of did that sort of lilty sort of thing. So that's what I got into first. Yep.
What inspires your lyrics?
Life mostly. I mean, just so like even the song that I did called Somebody Else. A lot of people think that's like sort of a relationship song, but it's more about like how I felt about the music industry, and I kind of made it kind of like personify the music industry as sort of like a person I was trying to take out, take out on a date or just like trying to be with. So it's like those allegories for that, and a song that I just wrote called "Make Me No King." It's mostly about how a lot of people how we've kind of made these celebrities into these like figures that are infallible, and I don't think that's a good way to look at things. I don't think that's a good way to look at life. It's like these are just people. They just have really cool jobs, right? And they can do things wrong. They can make mistakes. So it's like to make them to build them up into this person that can't make a mistake. That's what I wanted to write about. I wanted to kind of capture that. So yeah, they're way back there. Jim Croce, Nina Simone, probably this rapper named Wale. I really like him. Who else? Willie Nelson. I really love Willie Nelson. Anything by Smokey Robinson. Yeah, that was all beautiful stuff to me. Really like conversational lyrics. Yeah.
What's your favorite part about like writing and studying?
My favorite part about writing is I mean just taking like raw material, like just you're sitting there and you're looking at a page or you're holding a guitar or sitting behind the piano and just taking something that never existed before, or not taking lyrics that never existed before and making them into this new thing and making the raw materials into this new thing. It's watching that take shape. And then singing, I guess it's a lot of it for me is just being able to express it the way that you want to, and it's like I don't have the best voice and I don't have the worst voice, but it's like when you hear like Bob Dylan sing, or when you hear like Anita Baker or Beyonce sing, it's like they're like all the expressive notes that they can have within that. That's you know what, I remember when it first happened, there's a club called Blues on Austin, right? Or it was there, it's not there anymore. And when you look at, I had this dream when I was a kid that I was like, you know, I couldn't really see out into the crowd, but I saw these like really colored lights, like, you know, red, green, blue, and all these things, and kind of flashing at me and everything. But I remember just, you know, being really secure and feeling really safe in that dream. And I remember the first time I was 16 years old, and I was playing with this guy named Carl Weathersby, and we were playing at Blues of Halsted. And I remember I got on that stage, and the first thing I see is that you see the lights that come up right in front of you, and it was like red, blue, green, and all that stuff. And it was just like, it felt like, oh, this is my dream. This is what happened in the dream. So at that point, I was like, this is what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. Even if I'm not like quote unquote successful at it, I'm still gonna keep playing music for the rest of my life. I'm sorry? Yes, we got. No. I think, you know what, it's funny. You have to listen to it for the, you know, for like mixing purposes and stuff like that, and mastering. And then I don't listen to my own songs for at least a year, you know, unless I like, you know, flub a lyric or something like that, and I have to like go back and re-listen to it. But no, I don't really listen to my own music. Yeah.
Do you play other instruments besides the guitar?
I play bass and I play pedal steel and lap steel. A little bit of piano, but not enough to be really, really good at it. Yeah, that's basically what I play. Oh, and harmonica, yeah. Anybody here?
Back middle.
Back middle? Hey. Probably. Probably like archaeology, because I really like knowing where we came from. You know, I was in Spain last year, and there's this place called Montserrat, and it's, you know, it's translated to the serrated mountain. But I remember like just being enthralled with like all the history and everything that went down there, and you know that's been there for thousands and thousands of years, and you know monks walk those halls and everything like that. So I would love to kind of dig in the dirt and find more stuff and like where we all came from and everything. That's probably what I do. Yeah.
What were your biggest struggles when you started singing? Because you said guitar is writing lyrics. Are they still relevant to you as you play music now?
Biggest struggles are probably like just, I mean, you know, the school I went to, just finding the people to play with. You know, it's like I didn't really, there weren't a lot of musicians in my school. A lot of it was kind of centered around sports, basketball, football, things like that. So I didn't really have, and my school didn't really have like a music program. So a lot of it was just kind of me sitting with like the Crossroads DVD, the Eric Clapton Crossroads DVD, learning those songs. And like, cause you know, a lot of times you find people your own age to play with and play music with, and kind of start garage bands and stuff like that. That wasn't really my experience. My experience was more, you know, going to blues jams and playing with the guys who were way older than me. You know, playing music with them. So that was my biggest struggle. But no, not anymore. It's definitely gotten to the point where now we're all on the same kind of playing field. You know. I see somebody here. Type of music to listen to? Oh, time period music. Oh, man. You know, I like the one we're in. Because of the fact that there's so much, it's like you can have, not everything is not, the popularity is not necessarily dictated by a sound. You know, it's like you can have, we just saw it at the Grammys, like you can have somebody like a Kendrick, Tyler, but then you got, on the other side, you got Chaperone and, you know, Sabrina Carpenter, right? And it's like they're vastly different, but they all bring something really cool musically. And so I like this. I mean, like, even if you think about how like one of my favorite artists, Nathaniel Rateliff. Nathaniel Rateliff, he's great. Leon Bridges, but all of them are at the Grammys. It's not just like one type of thing. So yeah, I think this era is probably my favorite. And you can use all those sounds and colors and everything like that. It's great. Yeah. Make the sound you want to hear. Make the sound that you love. You know, it's like if you love a particular artist, study what they do, start doing that, and then what will happen is that you'll start to learn who you are through that. There's a Miles Davis quote, and he says it takes you 20 years to know what you sound like. And so when I started playing, I just wanted to sound like Hendrix. I wanted to sound like Clapton. I wanted to sound like Stevie Ray, and then finally I figured out what I sounded like. And it was once I found that out, that's the greatest gift ever. So yeah, dude, just whoever your favorite artist is, whoever your favorite artists are, copy them until you figure out who you are. Yeah. Yeah.
All the instruments you play, besides the guitar, what do you feel most comfortable playing?
Probably lap steel. It's probably lap steel. It's like it just feels like slinky and kind of like the only way I can describe it is like a warm hug. Like I don't understand why it feels that way to me, but like as soon as I play that, I pull the slide across the strings, it feels really nice to me. Yeah. Is that a hand or no? That's not a hand. Okay. Yeah.
When you're writing music and you come to like a writer's block or a standstill, how do you find inspiration to get through those moments?
I walk away from it. I know a lot of people think that the best way to do it is to kind of just keep pushing through the writer's block, but sometimes you just gotta walk away from it. Literally walk away from it. Go take a walk, go watch a movie. I tell people all the time, like if you see me writing something or speaking something into my phone, that's not really the real work. Now, if I'm like kind of in this trance, kind of staring in space, or I'm like, kind of like rubbing my head, trying to figure out what the next thing is gonna be, that's when the real work happens. But that's the thing. Is like you figure out what works for you most. But for me, I just walk away from it. I say like, all right, you're not ready to be written yet. That's okay. I'm gonna do something else. We'll figure you out in a minute.
There's some girls over here that have been waiting.
Yes, I'm sorry.
How did you start playing guitar?
Oh, the first harmony. I was trying to play football, and I didn't like it at all. I like football now, I like watching it, but I don't like it at all. I don't like playing it at all. And I got hurt, and I started playing guitar a little earlier than that. But then I really, really got into it when I was just kind of like laid up and couldn't really do anything, and just loved everything about it. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I really like making music. I want to know what your recording process is when you're in the studio.
Okay. So bass tracks first. So bass, drums first, and then I kind of build everything off from there. So it's like everything kind of builds off rhythm first, and then I go drums, bass, guitar, basic track, piano if I have it, basic track, organ, basic track, and then I start kind of layering on like vocals, and then I'll do like auxiliary percussion. If I want to solo on it, then I'll do that too. But I'm basically just building everything like the foundation so I can just kind of build up upon that. I know a lot of people start with the vocal first, but sometimes I feel like I can't really get the rhythm if I don't start with that first. If I don't start with the drums and bass first.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. One more song. So somebody asked me what my favorite song was on my record, and this is it. It's called "I'll Get It Right." Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Russell, for having me here. road that's